Ice Needle is mine, and Angemon will soon be mine as well. Apparently I had a 30% chance of learning Ice Needle, which is better than I thought. I thought that the probability would have been lower than that, especially considering Winter Blast was 20%, if I remember rightly. I would have thought that Ice Needle would be considered to be a better technique than Winter Blast, and because of that, Ice Needle would be harder to learn, but apparently not. So this is the bit where we recruit Angemon, and this is where Waymon's usefulness ends, and well now, like with the previous lifespan, when I had nothing more useful to do with Vadermon, I'm now going to be passing the time until Waymon fades away, so I can move on to the next lifespan, have different Digimon who can learn different techniques, get into different battles, learn different techniques from those battles, and recruit more Digimon, thus making further progress. If I didn't want to do the Goborimon skip, then I would have had to have learnt Winter Blast from the Goborimon, and apparently I would have had a 20% chance of being successful with that. Goborimon also uses Spitfire, which I already had. I think he uses Warcry, which I need to learn from a different Digimon. And I think he uses either Sonic Jab or Megaton Punch. Well, Sonic Jab I've already got. Well, both of those techniques I've already got. Spitfire I started off with when I had Agumon. Sonic Jab I learned from the opposing Agumon. Megaton Punch I learned from Dremoljamon. And Teardrop came naturally with Waymon, that was inevitable. Water Blitz I had to learn from the Otamamon, where I had a 20% chance. And then from the 2 Garulamon battles I had to learn Ice Statue and Giga Freeze, where I had a 15% chance of learning Ice Statue and a 17% chance of learning Giga Freeze. And then Ice Needle from the Digimon in the Ice Sanctuary, where I had a 30% chance. And then if I did, learn Winter Blast from the Gaburimon, then my only choice from the 3rd Olgamon battle would have been Aurora Freeze, where I would have had a 14% chance. But thanks to the Gaburimon skip, I had Winter Blast as a spare technique, and that was the technique that I learned from the 3rd Olgamon battle, and that means that I'm left with 2 ice techniques, Aqua Magic and Aurora Freeze, and if I'm remembering rightly, neither of those techniques are going to get used by any of the remaining Digimon that I'm going to get into battles with. Those techniques don't really matter anymore. There were other ways in which I could have learned Giga Freeze. I could have learned it from the Olgamon battle. I could have learned it from the battle in the Ice Sanctuary, but I had to learn it from Garulamon. And if I was to battle the Gaburimon at the Great Canyon Bridge, then one thing that I couldn't have done was have the 3rd Olgamon battle first and learn Winter Blast, because then I couldn't have learnt Winter Blast from the Gaburimon, and there was no other technique that I could have learnt from him without ruining the challenge. But for the time being, I am now just waiting for Waymon to fade away, and I am just doing pretty much what I was doing with Vadermon when I was waiting for Vadermon to fade away. So it's going to be a case of, training, resting, sleeping, taking Waymon to the toilet, not feeding Waymon, collecting giant meat from Palmon, and just repeating the cycle. One difference is that I am no longer able to rest in Digimon's house, because his house has become upgraded. The recruitment of Angemon is what caused Digimon's house to become upgraded. There are a few different things that can result in Digimon's house becoming upgraded. One of them is recruiting Angemon, one of them is recruiting Muncymon, one of them is reaching 50 prosperity points. Digimon's house becoming upgraded is inevitable. If you are to complete the game to the best of your ability, then it's something that can't be avoided. And the downside about upgrading Digimon's house is that the chair is no longer there, which takes away your ability to rest in Digimon's house. And that means that while I'm going to be waiting for Waymon to fade away... Okay, I've speeded the video up now like I did with Vadermon. Yeah, while I'm going to be waiting for Waymon to fade away, instead of going to Digimon's house to rest, I'm going to have to go to the Centaur Clinic to rest. But apart from that, everything else is going to be the same, and you know, after doing one round at normal speed, I then, you know, speeded the video up. You know, I did the same with Vadermon. I'm just trying to make it go by more quickly, make it less boring, make it less tedious. Just trying to make the experience better for you viewers. I do go back to normal speed when significant things happen, like letting Waymon sleep, being given giant meat. But apart from that, pretty much everything else is speeded up. Oh, are we fading away? We are. Okay, that is the end of Waymon. So this is where we move on to the next lifespan. And for this lifespan, it doesn't actually matter which egg we pick. And the reason for that is because of the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for. I chose to pick the green egg. It's the egg that the cursor started on, so all I had to do was just press X and be presented with the green egg, instead of pressing sideways to move on to a different egg, and then, you know, to move the cursor onto that egg and then pick a different egg instead, which I wouldn't have had anything to gain from. You know, in this lifespan, I am aiming to digivolve to Kunamon. He's the rookie Digimon that I would like to have, and because of that, it makes no difference which egg you pick, which baby Digimon you have, which in training Digimon you digivolve to. In order to digivolve to Kunamon, you simply have to go to Kunamon's bed with an in-training Digimon and sleep there, and when the in-training Digimon wakes up, there's a 50% chance that it will digivolve to Kunamon. There are no other requirements involved. Kunamon is a special Digivolution. So I'm just going to train for the time being. Well, firstly to get better stats, and also to digivolve from Bottomon to Koromon, and then with Koromon as my Digimon, it will be possible to digivolve to Kunamon. with the exception of Tainomon, where it is possible to keep Tainomon for longer than what's necessary, when it comes to the other in-training Digimon, they will sleep twice before they digivolve. You know, in the time that you will have the in-training Digimon before it digivolves to a rookie Digimon, the in-training Digimon will want to sleep twice, and that will mean that, you know, if you want to digivolve to Kunamon, then you will have to go to Kunamon's bed for one of the two occasions in which your in-training Digimon wants to sleep, either the first occasion or the second occasion. And my advice, you know, when it comes to sleeping at Kunamon's bed, my advice is to wait until your in-training Digimon wants to sleep, then save in Gigimon's house, then go to Kunamon's bed, and sleep, but don't save as well. And if you digivolve to Kunamon, then great, carry on. If you don't digivolve to Kunamon, then reload so that you will be back at Gigimon's house, and then go to Kunamon's bed and sleep again, so that you'll have another chance to digivolve to Kunamon. And again, you know, don't save, just sleep. And if you keep failing to digivolve to Kunamon, then keep reloading until you eventually succeed with digivolving to Kunamon. It's just, if you were to just go straight to Kunamon's bed without saving beforehand, and you were to sleep and save, and you were to be unsuccessful with the Digivolution, then you would have to wait until your in-training Digimon needs to sleep again before you will get another opportunity to digivolve to Kunamon. And if you do the same thing again, of not saving beforehand and just going to Kunamon's bed and sleeping and saving, and you again are unsuccessful with the Digivolution, then it won't be possible to get Kunamon in that lifespan. Okay, Koromon does want to sleep, which means that I have the option of going to Kunamon's bed now, or waiting, waiting until Koromon next wants to sleep, and then making that my attempt to digivolve to Kunamon. But I want to get Kunamon sooner rather than later, so I am heading to Kunamon's bed now to try and digivolve to Kunamon at the first opportunity, and I saved at Gigimon's house first. So when I get to Kunamon's bed, I will just sleep, and if I don't digivolve to Kunamon, then I will reload from Gigimon's house, then go back to Kunamon's bed, and, you know, sleep again, try again, and keep doing it until I succeed with the Digivolution. So I've got a 1 in 2 chance of being successful, and it looks like I am successful. I used to think that you actually had to sleep underneath the tree in order to be able to digivolve to Kunamon. Then I came to learn that actually that's not the case. There is Kunamon. In order to be able to digivolve to Kunamon, you just have to sleep anywhere within Kunamon's bed. Okay, well, at the moment our stats are not very good. Not very good at all. Which is a problem, because there are battles that I am planning on getting into with Kunamon, and I do plan to digivolve from Kunamon to a champion Digimon, and I plan to get into battles with that Digimon as well. So I would like to work on my stats, and that's why I took some items, some item chips out of the item bank, and now I am using them to improve Kunamon's stats, to make the battles easier, the battles that I'm going to be getting into with Kunamon and my champion Digimon as well. And I've got no problem with Kunamon refusing items, because it's given me the right to scold him and put his discipline up. But when we get to the point where discipline overtakes happiness, I think I then will praise him, just to try and balance out happiness and discipline a bit. I got another scold there. Now I'm doing another praise, because I am focused on my happiness as well as my discipline. Okay, well, you know, him refusing the items like this is working a treat, because I've been able to get his discipline up an awful lot, and I've been able to get his happiness up as well, and his happiness is now almost at the maximum. His discipline isn't quite so close, but is still, you know, good, especially, you know, this early into a lifespan. I think Kunamon is currently 1 day old, and this is our first day of having him as our Digimon. Yes, he is 1, and our stats are a lot better, or at least some of them are a lot better. We have Poison Claw and Poison Powder. I think that does it for techniques that we currently have. If I get one of my guides up, apparently Kunamon can learn 4 earth techniques and 3 air techniques. Apparently the earth techniques are Poison Claw, which we already have, Danger Sting, which we don't currently have, and apparently we've got a 27% chance of learning it. Moss Shield, which we don't currently have, and apparently we've got a 23% chance of learning it. And then Poison Powder, which we've already got. And then the 3 air techniques, Electric Cloud, Megalospark, and Static Electric. We don't have any of those, but we've got a 17% chance of learning Static Electric, 15% chance of learning Electric Cloud, and 8% chance of learning Megalospark. The first battle that I plan to get into with Kunamon is quite a daunting battle. It's the battle against Piximon, and the technique that I hope to learn from that battle is Danger Sting. Piximon, as well as using Danger Sting, also uses Confusion Storm, which we can't learn with Kunamon, and Confusion Storm is a technique that I need to learn from a different Digimon in a different battle. Piximon also uses Bug, and as far as I'm aware, if I was to learn Bug from Piximon, then that would be okay, because I don't think I'm going to get into any other battle where learning Bug would be a possibility. However, Kunamon can't learn Bug. Out of the techniques that Piximon uses, he can only learn Danger Sting, and I want to battle Piximon with Kunamon, and I want to learn Danger Sting. And so you can probably see why I was eager to boost some of my stats with item chips, as well as training at the Green Gym as well, because Piximon is not an easy fight. And like with Mumemon, Piximon is probably going to be one of the more frustrating Digimon, because with Mumemon, I had the first hurdle of getting him to show up, something which in itself can be very frustrating. And then there was the obstacle of winning the battle and also learning the technique that I was after, which was full power. And I'm sensing similar problems with Piximon, because firstly I'm going to have to get Piximon to show up, which could prove to be very frustrating. Then I have to defeat Piximon while fighting him with a rookie Digimon, Kunamon, and as well as, you know, needing to win against Piximon, I have to learn Danger Sting as well. I do also plan to defeat and recruit Kunamon while I've got Kunamon as my Digimon. You know, I'm talking about the Kunamon at Kunamon's bed. But I plan to see to Piximon first, because one of the techniques that the Kunamon uses is Danger Sting, and the other two techniques are Static Electric and Electric Cloud, and I am capable of learning all three of those techniques with Kunamon, but statistically I've got the best chance of learning Danger Sting, and if I was to learn Danger Sting from the Kunamon, then that would ruin my chances of being able to learn Danger Sting from Piximon, and then I would have to reserve Piximon until I've got a Digimon who can learn Bug, and then defeat Piximon with a Digimon who can learn Bug, and then learn Bug from Piximon. But I don't want to do things that way. I would rather use Kunamon for the recruitments, for Piximon's recruitment, as well as Kunamon's recruitment as well. And also, I think it makes more sense to try and learn Danger Sting from Piximon, because Danger Sting is an easier technique to learn. So if I was to battle Piximon and try and learn Danger Sting, then my chances of success would be higher than if I was to battle Piximon and try and learn Bug. So by trying to learn Bug from Piximon, that would probably mean needing to have more tries, needing to battle Piximon more times, and that could prove to be very frustrating. So my plan is to battle Piximon first, learn Danger Sting from Piximon, and then battle Kunamon, where the possible techniques that I will be able to learn are Static Electric and Electric Cloud, and it makes no difference which of those techniques I learn. Either way, it will be totally fine. Because I'm going to get into a battle with Kunamon where I might learn Static Electric, might learn Electric Cloud, and then after that I'm not going to get into any other battle where either of those techniques are going to be learnable, or at the very least I'm not going to get into any other battle where I'm going to be pursuing those techniques. So, it's a case of defeat Piximon, learn Danger Sting, defeat Kunamon, learn either Static Electric or Electric Cloud. And I've already explained my reason for targeting Piximon first, because if I was to battle Kunamon first, then I would have to learn either Electric Cloud or Static Electric instead of Danger Sting, but I would have a higher probability of learning Danger Sting, so Danger Sting could really prove to interfere with my efforts of learning Static Electric or Electric Cloud. So I'm heading to the tropical jungle from here. I'm hoping to get Piximon to show up. I'm hoping to defeat Piximon, and I'm hoping to learn Danger Sting. If I'm not successful with all of those things, then I will have to reload. And I saved at Digimon's house just before coming here. So I'm just going to be repeatedly entering and leaving, and I'm going to keep doing it until Piximon shows up. Okay, that wasn't too bad, but now we have the battle ahead of us. My attack and speed isn't very good, but since I've got Poison Claw and can therefore inflict poison upon Piximon, I should be able to, you know, do a lot of damage to Piximon with the poison. And because I've got Poison Claw as my only technique, I shouldn't need fantastic speed in order to attack quickly and frequently. Okay, I've made it past the second hurdle. And I was successful with the third and final hurdle as well. And what was particularly pleasing is that that actually only took one try, after being really worried about it, and thinking that it might take a lot of tries and I might have to grind for Piximon a lot of times. I actually ended up getting it on my first try, and now for as long as I have Kunamon as my Digimon, the only other Digimon left to battle and recruit is Kunamon. To repeat myself, Danger Sting I had a 27% chance, Static Electric I've got a 17% chance, Electric Cloud I've got a 15% chance. So when it comes to battling Kunamon, the individual chances of me being successful with learning a technique will be lower than what the chances were of me learning Danger Sting, but the individual battle is going to be much easier, and not to mention that I don't have to grind for Kunamon. I just have to go straight to Kunamon's bed and I can challenge him straight away. There's not going to be any issues with getting him to show up. The battle is going to be much shorter and much easier. There are 2 techniques that I can learn from the battle instead of just 1. So when it comes to learning techniques, I've got 2 chances instead of 1. But nonetheless, statistically, I probably had a better chance of learning Danger Sting against Piximon than the chances of me learning Static Electric or Electric Cloud from Kunamon. And well, here we go with the battle. I want to ease up because Electric Cloud's okay, well, even as I was talking, Electric Cloud goes and gets used. I was about to say that at that point only Static Electric had been used, and I wanted to ease up because Electric Cloud hadn't been used, but as I was talking, Electric Cloud went and got used, so both techniques got used. And Electric Cloud is the technique that I have learned. Unlike Piximon, that did not take 1 attempt, it took quite a few attempts, if I remember rightly, but I managed to get there in the end. I managed to learn Electric Cloud, and we finally have Kunamon recruited, which means that we finally have the long overdue shortcut that Kunamon creates when he joins the city. And like I was saying, with all the other battles that I'm going to be getting into, I don't think Bug or Static Electric or Electric Cloud are going to be relevant when I was doing my planning. I'm sure that I came to the conclusion that the battle against Piximon was the only battle where Bug would be used, and the battle against Kunamon was the only battle where Static Electric would be used, and also the only battle where Electric Cloud would be used. I am, pretty confident about that, or if I'm not right about that, then if there is another battle where those techniques do get used, then it's not relevant because there's other solutions there's other techniques that I will be able to learn instead, making static electric cloud and bug irrelevant. Oh yeah, and after recruiting Piximon, I thought that it would make sense to help myself to the training manual, make training more effective. The recruitment of Piximon put us up to 47 prosperity points. The recruitment of Kunamon put us up to 48 prosperity points. And we are in a position where we can recruit Vadermon, which will put us up to 51 prosperity points, which will result in Etamon spawning at the native forest, making him recruitable, and also if we were to speak to Digimon with a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon with a minimum of 50 prosperity points, then he would mention about Mount Infinity, which would trigger the Airdramon battle, and also make Mount Infinity available to us, where we would be able to make further progress. But at the moment, I'm more focused on digivolving from Kunamon to the champion Digimon that I am aiming for. And if I get up the possible Digivolutions, there are 4 Digimon that Kunamon can digivolve to: Barkamon, Carbalterimon, Kawagamon, and Vegemon. With Barkamon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP. We currently have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. We currently don't have that. We have just 1 care mistake, which came from Kunamon messing on the floor, which was intentional. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. I think we are just about within that range. The lower end of the range. And then one of the bonus conditions is for happiness to be at least 50% full, and we have that as well. The other bonus condition is to have a minimum of 28 techniques mastered, and I have to be honest, I've actually lost track with techniques. Off the top of my head, I don't actually know how many techniques I have mastered, but I definitely have the bonus condition for Barkamon because of the happiness. I have the stat requirement as well. I don't currently have the care mistake requirement, and the weight requirement, well, if I don't have it, then I'm certainly very close to having it. And stats plus weight plus bonus condition comes to 3 requirements. Yes, my weight is 15. The giant meat will put it up to 17. So I do have, well, currently have 3 of the requirements for Barkamon. I had Kunamon mess on the floor for a second time, which means that I'm now up to 2 care mistakes. The stat requirement for Carbalterimon is 1000 HP, 1000 MP, 100 defense, and 100 speed. I do have the stat requirement for Carbalterimon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1, I don't have that because I've already had 2 care mistakes, so we definitely won't be fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Carbolterimon. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I don't currently have the weight requirement for Carbolterimon, and I'm going to ensure that I won't have the weight requirement for him either. There's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered, which I surely do not have, but the other bonus condition is to have Kunamon as your Digimon. That we do have. That is a guarantee along with the stat requirements, but that is only 2 requirements for Carbolterimon. Kuwagamon, the stat requirement is the same as Carbolterimon, 1000 HP, 1000 MP, 100 attack, 100 speed, we do have that. The weight requirement for Kuwagamon is the same as Carbolterimon, 25 to 35. I'm going to be aiming to avoid that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I'm not currently fulfilling that. I've had 3 care mistakes so far, and I'm going to be aiming to avoid the care mistake for Kuwagamon. And then the bonus condition, one of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. I'm really not sure how many techniques I've got, but I suspect it's not as many as 28. But the other bonus condition is the same as Carbolterimon's, have Kunamon as your Digimon. That is a guarantee, but that currently is just 2 of the requirements. And then lastly, Vegemon. The stat requirement is 1000 MP, I have that. The care mistake requirement, minimum of 5, I don't currently have that. I have 3 care mistakes at the moment, I think, and I want to stay under 5 care mistakes. The weight requirement for Vegemon is 5 to 15. I don't currently have that, and I want to avoid it as well. And then that leaves the bonus condition, 2 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 21 techniques mastered. The other is the same as Barkamon's. Make sure that's for happiness to be at least 50% full. So currently I have 2 of the requirements for Vegemon, and if I go back to Barkamon, obviously I do still have the stat requirement and the bonus condition and the weight requirement, and I now have the care mistake requirement as well, and that has probably given away the fact that Barkamon is the champion Digimon that I am aiming for. 3 care mistakes is... Oh, okay, we're Digivolving. Having 3 care mistakes means fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Barkamon and none of the other Digimon that Kunamon is able to Digivolve to. It is Barkamon, that is great. The care mistake requirement for Carbolterimon was a maximum of 1. The care mistake requirement for Kuwagamon and Vegemon was a minimum of 5. The care mistake requirement for Barkamon was a minimum of 3. So by having 3 care mistakes, I had the care mistake requirement for Barkamon and only Barkamon. And also the weight requirement for Barkamon was 15 to 25, whereas the weight requirement for Vegemon was 5 to 15, and the weight requirement for Kawagamon and Carboterimon was 25 to 35. So by having my weight within the range of 16 to 24, that meant having the weight requirement for Barkamon and only Barkamon. That was enough to land me in a position where I would have had no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the 3 other Digimon, Vegemon, Kawagamon and Carboterimon, who were Digimon that I was not aiming for. So, you know, just by having my care mistakes and weight where I had it, I was able to rule out the other 3 Digimon, the unwanted Digimon. And then in order to make it possible to digivolve to Barkamon, I just needed one of the other requirements, either stats or bonus condition. In this instance, I had both, so I had all 4 of the requirements for Barkamon, and I ended up digivolving to Barkamon, who is the Digimon that I was aiming for. And there is progress to be made while we have Barkamon as our Digimon. He is able to learn and use a total of 7 air techniques. Thunderbolt, which we don't currently have, and he would have a 13% chance of learning it. Spinning Shot, which we don't currently have, and he would have a 22% chance of learning it. Electric Cloud, which we do have, and he would have had a 32% chance of learning it if we didn't have it. Megalospark, which we don't currently have, and he has an 18% chance of learning it. Static Electric, which we do have, that came naturally when we digivolved to Barkamon, and if he somehow didn't have it, then we would have a 36% chance of learning it. Wind Cutter, which we haven't got, and he's got a 26% chance of learning it. And Hurricane, which we haven't got, and he's got a 12% chance of learning it. He can also learn 3 ice techniques. Giga Freeze, which we've already got, and he would have had a 5% chance of learning it. Winter Blast, which we've already got, and he would have had a 7% chance of learning it. Aqua Magic, which we haven't got, and we would, and Barkamon has a 9% chance of learning it. But I don't think Aqua Magic is going to be relevant, because I don't think that we are going to be getting into any battles where Aqua Magic is going to be used. So technically, if I'm right about that, then I could have the Seadramon at the Dragon Eye Lake teach me Aqua Magic, but I'm not going to, just in case. And if I'm also right about the fact that Bug's not going to be used anymore, then I could have the Carbolterimon at Beetleland teach me Bug. But I'm not going to do that either, and again, it's just about trying to keep on the safe side. I do plan to recruit Vadermon in this lifespan, which would be easy enough. All I have to do is go to where the crop circles are in Mount Panorama, and Vadermon will show up and will then join the city. I've already done the other requirements of going to Mount Panorama for the first time when there's just one crop circle, acknowledge the crop circle, and then with Xiaomon in the city, read the article regarding a UFO. For the article, well, firstly you need to have Xiaomon in order for there to be the notice board. Secondly, you have to acknowledge the first crop circle in order for the article to feature. And I think you possibly might also need a certain number of prosperity points as well, but we were successful with that. And after reading the article about the UFO, if you return to where the crop circle was, then there will be 2 crop circles instead of 1. If you acknowledge the second crop circle and then go back to Xiaomon's notice board when you have a minimum of 45 prosperity points, there will be an article regarding an alien Digimon. We've already read the article. I checked it when I had Kunamon as my Digimon, and if I was to go to Mount Panorama, then Vadermon, well, back to where the crop circles are, then there would be a lot more crop circles. Vadermon would show up and then would join the city, and that would bring us up to 51 prosperity points. And since we have a champion Digimon, it would then be possible to encounter Airdramon and have access to Mount Infinity. And the mere fact that we have 50 plus prosperity points means that Etamon would show up at the native forest if we were to go to the tree that he drops down from. We won't be battling Etamon in this lifespan, because he uses Warcry, which we can't learn with Barkamon, Buster Dive, which we can't learn with Barkamon, and Dynamite Kick, which we can't learn with Barkamon. And also, we can't learn Dynamite Kick from Etamon, because we need to learn it from a different Digimon instead. But learning Warcry or Buster Dive would be okay, but that can't be done with Barkamon as our Digimon. I do plan to recruit Kokatorimon in this lifespan. Kokatorimon... But I do plan to recruit Kokatorimon with Barkamon. Kokatorimon uses Dynamite Kick, which we can't learn with Barkamon, and we have to learn Dynamite Kick from a different Digimon. Kokatorimon also uses Warcry, which we can't learn with Barkamon, and we can't learn it from Kokatorimon because we have to learn it from one of 2 other Digimon instead. There's 2 Digimon who both use Warcry and Buster Dive, and I have to learn Warcry from one of them and Buster Dive from the other. You know, we can't learn Warcry from Kokatorimon. That just leaves Megalospark, and that is the technique that I do plan to learn from Kokatorimon, and we are capable of learning Megalospark with Barkamon, so I'm going to be battling Kokatorimon with Barkamon in the hope of learning Megalospark from Kokatorimon, and once again I would have an 18% chance of learning Megalospark from Kokatorimon, providing that the resources that I am going by are accurate. I do also plan to defeat Airdramon with Barkamon, but I plan to defeat Kokatorimon first, and the reason for that is because one of the techniques that Airdramon uses is Megalospark, and I've already said that I need to learn Megalospark from Kokatorimon, so I can't defeat Airdramon and learn Megalospark from him, because I have to learn it from Kokatorimon instead. Airdramon also uses Confusion Storm, which I can't learn with Barkamon, and I need to learn it from a different Digimon. The other technique that Airdramon uses is Hurricane, which I can learn with Barkamon, and it is the technique that I am hoping to learn from Airdramon with Barkamon as my Digimon. And to repeat myself, apparently the chances of me learning Hurricane are a mere 12% according to the resource that I am going by. So it's a case of Kokatorimon first, learn Megalospark. That will remove any chance of me learning Megalospark from Airdramon. There already is no chance of me learning Confusion Storm from Airdramon, and that would just leave Hurricane as the only other technique that I can learn from Airdramon, and it's the technique that I am pursuing. If I was to battle... Sorry, my voice is going a bit. If I was to battle Airdramon before Kokatorimon, then there would be the risk of me learning Megalospark instead of Hurricane, and then I would have to reload and battle Airdramon again, because Hurricane is the technique that I have to learn from Airdramon. You know, by battling Airdramon while being able to learn Megalospark, that would create the risk of Megalospark interfering with my efforts to learn Hurricane, but by learning Megalospark from Kokatorimon first, it solves that problem. And I would like to just comment again on when I had Kunamon as my Digimon, and I was aiming for 3 care mistakes. And the care mistakes could have come from not feeding Kunamon, but instead I decided for the care mistakes to come from having Kunamon mess on the floor. And the reason for that is because I didn't want to hold back from feeding Kunamon, because I wanted his weight to be within the range of 16 to 24, so I wanted to feed him at every opportunity to have his weight within the necessary range, and I decided for the care mistakes to come from having Kunamon mess on the floor, instead of not feeding him, which would have affected my weight and would have affected my Digivolution, because if my weight had been just a bit lower, then it would have been within the range for Vegiemon, and that would have meant fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Vegiemon, and that was something that I really did not want to do, because I wanted to Digivolve to Barkamon and not Vegiemon. The time is 4 AM, which means that Kokotorimon is available. This is where we battle him and attempt to learn Megalospark. He used his finish, now it's my turn. Can I defeat him with it? Yes, I can, well and truly. Megalospark is now mine. And now I am happy to trigger Airdramon and battle Airdramon. Well, firstly because I need to defeat him for game progress, and during the battle I'm going to be pursuing Hurricane. I don't need to battle Airdramon immediately. But the opportunity is there, and it's great that I have Megalospark. Yeah, I think Kokotorimon is available in that area within the Misty Trees. Between 4 AM and 6 AM. I think he's first available at 4 AM and last available at 6 AM, and no longer available at 7 AM, and also not available at 3 AM. Anything before 4 AM is too early, anything after 6 AM is too late, so you do have quite a tight time range when it comes to trying to get Kokatorimon to show up. And you know what? Why don't we make a trip to Mount Panorama and add Vadermon to the list of recruited Digimon. Because when we started off with Kunamon, we had I think we had 44 prosperity points. I think recruiting Piximon made it 47. I think recruiting Kunamon made it 48. And I think recruiting Kokatorimon made it 50. So we do have enough prosperity points to trigger Airdramon and Etamon, but at the moment, more importantly, Airdramon. Vadermon will make it 53. And I would like to say that Barkamon, like all champion Digimon, has ultimate Digimon that he can naturally Digivolve to, Skull Greymon and Guromon, and I don't want to Digivolve to either of them. I want to avoid Digivolving to Skull Greymon, and I want to avoid Digivolving to Guromon. And I probably don't need to point this out, but I'm also aiming to avoid Vadermon and Sukamon. I don't know if it was necessary for me to include that, but I decided to mention it anyway, just in case. Right, we've got Megalo Spark equipped, which is better than Electric Cloud. Digimon is telling us about Mount Infinity. So if we leave, then we will be challenged by Airdramon. And remember, it's not just about defeating Airdramon, it's about learning Hurricane as well. Okay, there was an attempt to use Hurricane there. And all there needs to be is an attempt. And we learned Hurricane, and that was another scenario where I learned the technique on my first attempt, despite the fact that the chances were just 12%. Yeah, when it comes to learning techniques from battles, you know, you don't need to get hit by the technique. The technique doesn't even need to get performed properly. All there needs to be is an attempt to use it. And then towards the later parts of that battle, there was an attempt to use Hurricane, and that was all there needed to be. I was successful with learning Hurricane, Airdramon has now been defeated, Mount Infinity is now available to us, but we can't currently make any progress with Mount Infinity, because when you go to Mount Infinity, the very first main battle that you get into is the battle against Digimon, and in this challenge the technique that we will need to learn from Digimon is Muscle Charge, which can't be learned from Barkamon and also can't be learned from the Digimon that we are about to digivolve into, which is Digitamamon. I said that I had no desire to digivolve to any of Barkamon's natural digivolutions, and that I also had no desire to digivolve to Vadermon or Sukamon either, and the reason for that is because I wanted to digivolve to Digitamamon, and with him I would like to go to the Drill Tunnel and defeat Olgamon for the fourth and final time, which will result in Olgamon joining the city. And I also need to learn Magma Bomb from the battle because the techniques that get used are Spitfire, which we've already got, Heat Laser, which we've already got, Fire Tower, which we've already got, Tremor, which we've already got, and Magma Bomb, which we don't currently have. And we can learn Magma Bomb with Digitamamon, and I am now heading to the Drill Tunnel with Digitamamon wanting to sleep, so that I can sleep just before the Olgamon battle, so that if I'm not successful with learning Magma Bomb, then I can reload and try again. Apparently I have a 22% chance of learning Magma Bomb with Digitamamon as my Digimon. Yeah, regarding the Olgamon battles, the plan all along was for me to learn Heat Laser, Fire Tower and Magma Bomb from the first Olgamon battle, second Olgamon battle and fourth Olgamon battle. It didn't really matter which order, but we learned Fire Tower from the first Olgamon battle, Heat Laser from the second Olgamon battle, and now we are pursuing Magma Bomb from the fourth Olgamon battle. And then as for the third Olgamon battle, we had the choice between Winter Blast and Aurora Freeze. And after quite a lot of unsuccessful attempts at learning Magma Bomb, I decided to change a variable. I decided to take out Megalospark and put in Meltdown instead. And also the other techniques that got used in the Olgamon battles I couldn't learn because I needed to learn them elsewhere, and some of them I still do need to learn elsewhere. I kept my distance and waited for him to attack as another variable that I needed to change or wanted to change. The battle was won easily enough, and I've learned Magma Bomb, and that also means that we've now removed Olgamon from the drill tunnel, which means that the lava cave is available again, which means that Miramon is now reachable again, and if we were to defeat Miramon, then that would lead to us also being able to recruit Dramoljamon and Leomon, and this small recovery is proven to be stubborn, and I decided to give up on it. Miramon uses Heat Laser, which we've already learned, Magma Bomb, which we've already learned, and Dynamite Kick, which we haven't learned, but can't learn with Digitamamon. So that's probably given away the fact that Miramon is the Digimon who I plan to learn Dynamite Kick from. I've come here just to move the boulder, then I will be returning to the city. Regarding the other techniques that got used in the Olgamon battles, Tremor, I had to learn from Tyrannomon. Dynamite Kick I need to learn from Miramon. And also Warcry was a technique that got used by the Gabumon in the third Olgamon battle, and I feel like now is probably an okay time to tell you that I plan to learn Warcry and Buster Dive from Etamon and Skullgreymon, because Etamon uses Warcry, Buster Dive, and Dynamite Kick, and I need to learn Dynamite Kick from Miramon. Skullgreymon uses the same techniques as Etamon, Buster Dive, Warcry, and Dynamite Kick. I've already said that I need to learn Dynamite Kick from Miramon, so that leaves Warcry and Buster Dive, which both get used by Etamon and Skullgreymon, and I need to learn those two techniques from those two Digimon, so either learn Warcry from Etamon and learn Buster Dive from Skullgreymon, or do it the other way around, learn Buster Dive from Etamon and Warcry from Skullgreymon. The only other techniques that I can think of which got used during the Olgamon battles was Spitfire, which I had from the very beginning, came naturally with Ogumon, Winter Blast, which we learned, Giga Freeze, which we had to learn from Garulamon, and Aurora Freeze, which we haven't yet learned, and I don't think we are going to be learning it either. Same with Aqua Magic and Bug, which are a couple of other techniques that I've mentioned. There are other techniques that I'm not going to be learning from this challenge. And, well, you know that I learned Electric Cloud from Kunamon, and then Static Electric came naturally with Barkamon. If I had learned Static Electric from Kunamon, then I think that Electric Cloud is a technique that we wouldn't be learning from this challenge, a technique that we wouldn't be seeing in this challenge. And with Olgamon recruited, there are no more battles that I plan to have with Digitamamon as my Digimon. So I am pretty much waiting for Digitamamon to fade away so that we can move on to the next Digimon. However, I do have my eye on day 15. In other words, I do have my eye on Vegimon's recruitment and also Molgemon's recruitment, and I will be aiming to do that in this lifespan if possible. And I started to comment on Devimon in Mount Infinity, who I can't defeat yet because I need to be able to learn Muscle Charge. He uses Megalospark, which I've already got. I learned that from Kokatorimon. He uses Megaton Punch, which I've already got. I learned that from Dremolgemon. He uses Warcry, which I don't currently have, but I need to learn that from either Etamon or Skullgreymon. And then that leaves Muscle Charge, which is the technique that I need to learn from Devimon, and that will require me to battle him while my partner Digimon is a Digimon who can learn Muscle Charge. Vadermon made it 53 prosperity points, and even though we defeated Airdramon, Airdramon doesn't actually join the city unless you defeat Machinedramon, and the same is true with Devimon and Metal Greymon. So at the moment we don't have any prosperity points for Airdramon, but by recruiting Olgamon we got an extra 2 prosperity points, putting us up to 55 prosperity points. So it's just going to be more of the same until day 15, me passing the time to the best of my ability, just like I did with Vadermon and Waymon, except this time, if I'm still alive on day 15, which I'm sure I will be, then I will take a pause from this and I will pursue recruiting Vegiemon and Molgemon. But until then, the video has been speeded up until I either fade away or I reach day 15. I'm sure day 15 will come first. It's only the day after tomorrow. When we wake up, it's going to be day 14, just one day away from the rain plant being obtainable, and with that we can recruit Vegiemon, then we can purchase a Super Carrot, and then we will have all of the necessary items to recruit Molgemon, and I believe that will bring us up to 59 prosperity points. I was commenting on Barkamon's Digivolutions and saying that I didn't want to Digivolve and the reason for that was because I had Digitamamon in mind, and I don't think I had Barkamon for long enough in order for a Digivolution to be possible, because I would have needed to have had Barkamon for a minimum of 6 days. It is day 15, but I'm just training until Digitamamon needs the toilet. Now I can take him to the toilet, and then I can help myself to the rain plant if I so wish. But yeah, I don't think I even had Barkamon for long enough in order for a Digivolution to be on the cards. But just to go over the requirements, starting with Skullgreymon, the stat requirement is 4000 HP, 6000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 500 brains. We definitely did not fulfill the stat requirement. Our defense alone was well below the limit. The care mistake requirement, minimum of 10. If I remember rightly, I was avoiding care mistakes when I had Barkamon as my Digimon. So we were well under the care mistake requirement as well. That alone would have been enough to rule out Skullgreymon. The weight requirement was 25 to 35, and there were 2 elements to the bonus condition: either have a minimum of 40 battles or a minimum of 45 techniques. And then if we move on to the other Digivolution, Guromon, the stat requirement was 400 attack, 300 speed, and 400 brains. Our attack was definitely over 400. I'm less sure about our speed and brains, but I seem to recall me not having the defensive command when I had Barkamon as my Digimon, and if that's true, then our brains would have been under 400, which would have meant not having the stat requirement. I honestly can't remember about speed, but I know we did have the attack. The stats I'm not 100% sure about, but the care mistake requirement, we needed a minimum of 15. We were nowhere near that. And the weight requirement is 0 to 10. We were way above that. So the fact that we didn't have the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement was enough to rule out Guromon regardless of the stats and the bonus condition. The bonus condition had 3 elements to it: either have a minimum of 100 battles, a minimum of 35 techniques, or for your happiness to be at a minimum of 95%. But as you know, I digivolved from Barkamon to Digitamamon via the use of the Misty Egg, which I obtained at the secret beach cave. Okay, so we give this Moldramon a Super Carrot in exchange for an Omni Floppy. Then we go to the Moldramon who wants an Omni Floppy, and we trade the Omni Floppy with him. And we get a super attack disc in return, which we will trade, which we will sell. And then we go to the final Moldramon, and we trade a giant meat for an autopilot. That is all of the trading done. Moldramon has joined the city, and I always make sure that that individual Moldramon is the Moldramon who joins the city. Because out of the 9 trades that you have to do, the Moldramon who you do the 9th and final trade with is the Moldramon who joins the city. And when the Moldramon joins the city, you lose the ability to trade with that Moldramon because he leaves Friesland, but the other 2 Moldramons remain in Friesland, which means that you still have the ability to trade with those Moldramons. And those 2 Moldramons I value the most when it comes to the trading that you can do with them. You know, the items that you can get from trading, and the items that are needed for trading. You know, I value those 2 Moldramons the most, so I like them to remain in Friesland so that I can continue to trade with them. So I like to trade all 6 of the items with those 2 Moldramons first, and then do the final trade with the other Moldramon so that he's the one who joins the city. And I feel like I am losing less by losing the ability to trade with that Moldramon, as opposed to losing the ability to trade with the other Moldramons. Now that we've recruited Vegiemon and Moldramon, we are now going to go back to simply passing the time until Digitamamon fades away. And the video has been speeded up again. When it was day 15, I chose not to be given giant meats by Palmon because I knew that I was going to recruit Vegiemon on that day, and if I didn't take giant meats from Palmon, then instead I would be able to be given sirloins from Vegiemon, and sirloins are better than giant meats. If I had been given giant meats from Palmon on day 15, Then when I recruited Vegemon, if I had spoke to him on day 15, then he wouldn't have given me sirloins because I would have already have been given food items on that day. So it was a choice of be given sirloins instead of giant meat, and sirloins are better. And I then decided that giant meats were old news, so I sold all of them at the item bank. No, not the item bank, the item shop. And I'm continuing to be given sirloins from Vegemon. And I decided to purchase 99 meats from the item shop. Because obviously, you know, I've got other lifespans ahead of me. I've got Digivolutions that I'm going to be aiming for, conditions that have to be met, and 2 of the conditions are care mistakes and weight. Okay, we are fading away. Yeah, 2 of the conditions are care mistakes and weight. There might be times when I might want to... there might be times when I might want my weight to be higher than it currently is, and by feeding sirloins to my Digimon, my weight would go up by 3, which would help with getting my weight up. There might also be times where I might want my weight to stay down, and so it might be better to feed my Digimon meat instead, because meat only increases your weight by 1, so that would help with keeping weight down. And there are also some Digimon where I think that it would be more appropriate to give them meat instead of sirloins, such as baby Digimon and in training Digimon. You know, if I if I was like feeding sirloins to my Digimon and my weight was to get too high, get like above a certain range, then in order for my weight to go back down, I would either have to not feed my Digimon, which would be a care mistake, and I might want to keep my care mistakes down, because I might be aiming for a Digimon where a low number of care mistakes are needed, or I might have to purchase super carrots from Vegemon, food items that make your weight go down, but they cost 500 bits each, which is 10 times more expensive than what meat costs. So I just thought that having meat in my inventory, as well as sirloins, was a good idea. I chose the green egg, as you can see, which means that my baby Digimon is Bottomon, as you can see. He's going to be Digivolving to Koromon, and the rookie Digimon that I am going to be aiming for is Agumon. And if I get up the Digivolution requirements, because there are 2, well, excluding Kunamon, there are 2 separate rookie Digimon that each in training Digimon can Digivolve to. In the case of in the case of Koromon, the rookie Digimon that that Koromon can digivolve to are Agumon and Gabumon, and I've already said that Agumon is who I'm aiming for, not Gabumon. From the looks of things, having defense as your superior stat will result in you digivolve into Gabumon. Having speed as your superior stat will result in you digivolve into Gabumon. Having brains as your superior stat will result in you digivolve into Gabumon. Whereas having attack as your superior stat will result in you digivolve into Agumon. And you can see that at the moment attack is the stat that I am training. The resource that I'm going by reads as if having HP as your highest stat will also result in your Digimon digivolve into Agumon, and that having MP as your highest stat would result in you digivolve into Agumon as well. Now that I'm not sure about, and the reason why I'm not sure about that is because of my own personal experiences. I can remember as a child having Koromon as my Digimon and training nothing but HP, and it resulting in Koromon digivolve into Agumon, which is consistent with the indication that I'm getting from the guide that I'm looking at. However, when I had Koromon as my Digimon and I trained nothing but MP, I ended up digivolving to Gabumon. And that makes me wonder if MP might be one of the stats that's needed for Gabumon. I suppose it could be that by training my MP, I caused my defense to go up, and maybe defense became the superior stat, or at least superior to some of the stats. Or maybe there was something I was overlooking, and despite the fact that I was training MP, maybe MP wasn't the superior stat, maybe it was something else. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, or maybe I'm simply not understanding the guide correctly. Maybe I'm not reading the guide correctly. It's just the guide does seem to be a very good guide. It does seem to be very sophisticated. It does seem to be written in a sophisticated way. It does seem to be written in a way that you would have to be quite sort of intelligent in order to be able to definitely interpret it correctly. And maybe I'm having trouble understanding it correctly. Maybe I'm having trouble interpreting it correctly. Because like I said, it seems to be sort of written and constructed in a very sophisticated way, or at least by my standards, from my point of view, it seems to be, sophisticated, difficult to understand at times, and maybe I'm just not understanding it correctly, maybe I'm just not interpreting it correctly, and so, maybe there are bits of it that I'm, reading,
and not like understanding correctly. Just I do struggle with understanding information, particularly written information. You know, I do have difficulty with like interpreting stuff, comprehending stuff. So maybe the problem is me. But at the moment, my attack is by far my superior stat, and if my understanding is correct, that will result in me digivolving to Agumon, who is the rookie Digimon that I'm after. He can learn Spitfire, which I've already got. Heat Laser, well, Spitfire came with Agumon when I digivolved to him. He can learn Heat Laser, which I've already got. I learned that from the second Agumon battle. He can learn Fire Tower, which I've already got. I learned that from the first Agumon battle. He can learn Magma Bomb, which I've already got. I learned that from the final... Oh, we're digivolving. I learned Magma Bomb from the final Agumon battle. He can learn Red Inferno, which I've already got. I learned that from battling Greymon. He can learn Sonic Jab, which I've already got. He learned that from battling the Agumon in the native forest. Agumon is my Digimon. And I believe the only other technique that Agumon can learn is Muscle Charge, which I don't currently have, and I'm hoping to learn Muscle Charge from the Devimon in Mount Infinity, but not with Agumon. I plan to battle Devimon with a Digimon who can learn Muscle Charge and has Battle as their first nature. That way they will have a better chance of learning Muscle Charge, which means that the battle against Devimon will be more likely to end successfully, and by that I mean more likely to end with me learning Muscle Charge, and you know, hopefully I wouldn't need to, and hopefully I would end up needing to have less battles against Devimon in order to be able to learn Muscle Charge if I'm using a Digimon who statistically has a better chance of learning Muscle Charge. Okay, well, it's almost time for Agumon to sleep, and I've had 2 care mistakes so far, because there was one time when I didn't feed him when training, and that would have counted as 2 care mistakes, and it probably would have caused his weight to go down by a little bit as well. I'm heading for Vegemon to get sirloins, and I knew that Agumon wouldn't be far away from sleeping. He does now want to sleep, and I'm using a HP chip to put my HP up, and also my defense, because I am thinking ahead. I am thinking about Agumon's Digivolution. I am thinking about the Digimon that I'm aiming to Digivolve to, and obviously stats are going to be important. But now I'm sleeping, it's a new day, I can get more sirloins from Digimon. And now try again with the item chips. It's just, I was nervous because it was getting close to the next hour, and I didn't want the clock to reach the next hour before letting Agumon sleep, because if that did happen, then I think that would have counted as another care mistake, which would have put me up to 3 care mistakes. There are 6 Digimon that Agumon can digivolve to: Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centaurimon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. And if I begin with Greymon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains. Currently, I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement, I don't think. I mean, I know attack is definitely there, because of the amount of training that I did. You know, I trained my attack a lot, and I think my defense is there because of the defense chips. I'm not sure about brains and speed. Okay, neither of them are there. So currently I don't have the stat requirement for Greymon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I'm not fulfilling that. I've just gone up to 4 care mistakes by training and missing another feed-in. So I'm at 4 care mistakes, and the care mistake requirement for Greymon is 1. So I'm definitely not going to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Greymon, and I currently don't have the stat requirement. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I currently don't have that either. And then the bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques, or for your discipline to be at a minimum of 90%. I don't believe I have that either, so at the moment I don't think I have any of the requirements for Greymon. And my brains is getting close to 150, and I don't want to learn a technique when my brains reaches 150, so that's why I saved at Digimon's house as a precaution, just in case I was to learn a technique. Okay, I didn't learn a technique, so we are okay. Or at least for now we are okay. We don't have to worry about the risk of learning a technique until our brains gets up to 250. I think Muscle Charge is the only technique that Agumon could learn, and I think that he has a small chance of learning it, but I still took the precaution of saving, because we need to learn Muscle Charge against Devimon. If I had learned Muscle Charge while training brains, then that would have screwed the challenge. Miramon, stat requirement 100 attack, we have that. Care mistake requirement minimum of 5, we don't currently have that. Weight requirement 15 to 25, we don't currently have that. I just checked my weight and it was only 10. Bonus condition, I'm not actually sure. One element is to have a minimum of 10 battles, we definitely don't have that. But the other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, and that I'm not actually sure about, because obviously, you know, I have learnt quite a lot of techniques throughout this challenge, because it's been a challenge where I've had to learn a technique from every battle that I've gotten into. So I might have two of the requirements for Miramon, the stats and the bonus condition, but I don't have the care mistakes or the weight. Birdramon, the stat requirement is 100 speed, I don't have that. Care mistake requirement, minimum of 3, I do have that. Weight requirement 15 to 25, I don't currently have that. And I don't think I've got the bonus condition either. One element is to have Biomon is your Digimon, which we definitely don't. The other is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. I doubt that our number of techniques is that high. So I think we currently just have the care mistake requirement for Birdramon. Centaurumon, stat requirement 100 brains, we've got that. Care mistake requirement maximum of 3, we don't have that. And we're not going to have it either. The weight requirement 25 to 35, don't currently have that. The bonus condition I might have. One element is for you to have a minimum of 28 techniques. The other is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 60%, and in which case I do definitely have the bonus condition for Centaurumon. If I don't have the techniques, then I do definitely have the discipline, and I was lucky not to have learnt a technique there when my brains reached 250. If I had learned a technique, then I would have had to have reloaded from the last save point. But Centaurumon, I currently have just 2 of the requirements. Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. I think I have the stat requirement for Monochromon, because my brains is definitely there, and I used a HP chip and defense chips as well. Yes, so we do have the stats for Monochromon. Care mistake requirement maximum of 3, don't have that. Weight requirement 35 to 45, definitely don't have that. Bonus condition, one of the elements is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. I highly doubt we've got that. But the other element is to have a minimum of a maximum of 5 battles. We do have that, so that's 2 of the requirements for Monochromon. Then that just leaves Tyrannomon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I do have that. Care mistake requirement maximum of 5. I do have that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. I don't have that. And then the bonus condition, one element to have a minimum of 28 techniques. I'm not sure about that, but the other element is to have a maximum of 5 battles. I do have that. So I do have 3 of the requirements for Tyrannomon: stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. And you can probably conclude that Tyrannomon is the Digimon that I am aiming for, and one of the reasons why I used the HP chip and the defense chips was to help with fulfilling the stat requirement for Tyrannomon. I had 4 care mistakes. So far I've had 4 care mistakes, and that's where I'm hoping to keep it, so that I have been able to rule out the care mistake requirement for some Digimon while still keeping the care mistake requirement for Tyrannomon. And I'm aiming to keep my weight down so that I won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of the Digimon. And as a result of that, when you combine that with my stats and weight and bonus condition, I'm in a position where Tyrannomon is the only Digimon who I have 3 of the requirements for. Because by having my weight under 15, I don't have the weight requirement for any of the Digimon, and that means that in order to be able to digivolve to one of the Digimon, I would need to have all 3 of the other requirements, and that is the case with Tyrannomon. I have the stats, the care mistakes, and the bonus condition, but I don't have all 3 of the other requirements for any of the other Digimon. I'm missing at least one of them for each Digimon, be it the stats or the care mistakes or the bonus condition, or maybe a combination. We haven't digivolved yet, but I can't imagine that my digivolution is too far away. I mean, as well as wanting to get the necessary stats in order to make the digivolution possible, I do also want to train other stats because of the battles that I'm going to be getting into. I'm thinking about the battles that I'm going to be getting into. I want the battles to be winnable. I don't want the battles to be too difficult. So as well as, training my stats and getting the necessary stats in order to be able to digivolve to Tyrannomon, I also want to get my stats up to certain amounts to help him with the battles that he's going to be getting into, as well as other battles that I'm going to be getting into in this lifespan. I say that because I don't plan on stopping with Tyrannomon. I do plan on digivolving to an ultimate. So I'm thinking about, battles with Tyrannomon plus battles with the ultimate, who I'm hoping to have after Tyrannomon. There are a number of battles, and obviously there's a technique to be learned from each and every battle. And, there are recruitments to come from those battles, or at the very least, the battles are to be progress towards recruitments. And, I am aiming to finish with as many prosperity points as physically possible. I'm hoping that it will be possible to defeat the final boss, Machine Dramon, and, you know, I want to try and finish with as many prosperity points as physically possible. Okay, my weight is well under the range of 15 to 25, so nothing to worry about there. The fact that I didn't feed my Digimon twice when pursuing care mistakes would have helped with keeping my weight down. I need to keep it down under 15, and, you know, it is well under 15. Oh, we're digivolving. But we're digivolving in a bit of a dangerous position because we've got a Madoki Betamon near us, and if he runs into us and we get into a battle with him, then we will be forced to reload, because we won't be able to learn a technique from him. Tyrannomon is my Digimon, that's good, but what about the Madoki Betamon? He's near me. I've been able to go into my infantry. Let's escape with an autopilot. Okay, that was a bit of a close shave, but we managed to get away with it in the end. Now, Tyrannomon is a Digimon with a big appetite, therefore sirloins are a better choice of food item than meat. Sirloins are now the first item in my inventory. Instead of meat, and yeah, I can, you know, feed sirloins to Tyrannomon when he wants to eat. To comment on the techniques, Tyrannomon can learn and use Prominence Beam, which we've already got. In fact, it's the technique that I have equipped, and the chances of him learning it would have been a mere 5%. He can also learn and use Spitfire, which we started off with when we had Agumon as our Digimon. The chances of Tyrannomon learning Spitfire would have been 15%. Prominence Beam we learned from Birdramon. Tyrannomon can also learn and use Red Inferno, which we've already got. We learned it from Greymon. The chances of Tyrannomon learning it would have been 7%. Tyrannomon can learn and use Tremor, which we've already got. We learned it from the Tyrannomon in the Dino region. The chances of Tyrannomon learning it would have been... well, the chances of us learning it with Tyrannomon would have been 18%. Tyrannomon can learn Muscle Charge, which we don't currently have, and the chances of him learning it are 19%. He can learn Warcry, which we don't currently have, and the chances of him learning it are 22%. He can learn and use Sonic Jab, which we've already got. We learned that from the Agumon in the native forest, and the chances of Tyrannomon learning it would have been 26%. He can learn and use Dynamite Kick, which we don't currently have, and the chances of him learning it are 24%. He can learn and use Megaton Punch, which we do currently have. We learned it from Dramoljamon. The chances of Tyrannomon learning it would have been 21%. And Tyrannomon can also learn and use Buster Dive, a technique that we don't currently have, and the chances of Tyrannomon learning it are 16%. So that is 7 battle techniques and 3 fire techniques that Tyrannomon is able to learn and use. The only battle technique that he's missing is Counter, a technique that we are not going to be learning in this challenge because we are not going to be going up against a Digimon who is going to have Counter as a technique. Tyrannomon can digivolve to Metal Greymon and Megadramon, but I'm not aiming to digivolve to either of those Digimon. I'm aiming to digivolve via the use of a Digivolution item, and that means that if I want to avoid digivolving to either of Tyrannomon's natural ultimates, then I will either need to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for either of his ultimate Digimon, or I will need to use the Digivolution item and digivolve before 6 days have elapsed of me having Tyrannomon as my Digimon. There are battles to be having with Tyrannomon as my Digimon, plus the ultimate Digimon that I plan to digivolve to. But at the moment I'm working on trying to get my stats better in preparation to those battles. Metal Greymon, the stat requirement is 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, 300 brains. I think that we are there with the attack, and I think we might be there with the brains as well. But we are definitely not there with all of the stats, and we only need to keep one of them down in order to avoid fulfilling the stat requirement for Metal Greymon. Currently our MP is only about 1000, which is well under 3000. If we can just keep our MP under 3000, then that would be enough to rule out the stat requirement for Metal Greymon. Or if we don't want to keep our MP down, then we would have to keep one of our other stats down. Our HP is currently under 4000, but I would like to train that and get that better. Speed is currently under 300, but I would like to get that better. Defense is currently under 500, and I would be quite happy for our defense to stay down. Yeah, so yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to avoid the stat requirement for Metal Greymon. Care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10, which we are currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 60 to 70, which I don't think we are currently fulfilling. I think our weight is under the range. Yes, our weight is 41. You know, we can take measures to keep our weight down if necessary. We could choose not to feed Tyrannomon, providing that the care mistakes won't be a problem, or we could choose to feed super carrots to Tyrannomon, providing that the expense of the super carrots isn't too much of a problem. And then the bonus condition, there's 3 elements. One of them is a minimum of 30 techniques. I doubt we've got that. One of them is a minimum of 30 battles. We definitely don't have that. The other is for discipline to be at a minimum of 95%. We do currently have that. So we have at the moment we have the care mistake requirement for Metal Greymon and the bonus condition for Metal Greymon, but not the stat requirement or the weight requirement. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing in Drill Tunnel, I am heading to the lava cave, intent on battling Miramon and trying to learn Dynamite Kick from him and recruiting him and giving myself access to the rest of the lava cave. I've come to the drill tunnel with Tyrannomon wanting to sleep so that I can sleep just before battling Miramon, and if I don't learn Dynamite Kick then I can reload and try again. So this is where we sleep, and then we will be challenging Miramon. Once again, we have a 24% chance of learning Dynamite Kick, which is the technique that we are pursuing from Miramon. It's the only technique that we can learn from him. And we have Prominence being equipped as our attack with, well, our attack stat is good considering the opponent that we're against. Our brain stat is decent considering the opponent we are against, although our speed is very poor. Our lack of speed proved not to be a problem, although it was noticeable. And Dynamite Kick has been learned. That means that Miramon is going to join the city, which means that we now have access to the rest of the lava cave, where there are some items that we can collect, and also the Dremoldramon who we passed when we were on our way here. He's now in a different location, he will be digging, and if we speak to him and then return in 3 days' time, he will be done digging, and he will join the city if we speak to him. So recruiting Miramon will set up being able to recruit Dramoljamon, and it will also set up being able to recruit Leomon, because the Leomon's ancestors' cave is connected to the drill tunnel, and in order to be able to access the Leomon's ancestors' cave, you need to have a minimum of 45 prosperity points, and you need to have Miramon recruited as well. We already had the prosperity points. What we were lacking was the recruitment of Miramon, but he's now been recruited, so we can go to Leomon's ancestors' cave, collect the Leomon stone. There is an attack chip there as well, and if we then go to Gear Savannah and encounter Leomon, we can give him his stone, and that will result in him joining the city. We had to have a battle against Miramon in order to recruit Miramon, but no battles will be needed in order to recruit Dramoljamon or Leomon. No further battles anyway. I mean, obviously we had to battle Miramon, and previously we had to battle one of the Dramoljamon, but as far as the drill tunnel is concerned, I don't think any more battles are needed. I don't think any more battles are needed in order to recruit Leomon or Dramoljamon. And also, when we do recruit Leomon, that will result in Nanimon featuring in the Leomon's ancestors' cave, and that will be one of the other locations where we have to encounter him. So after recruiting Leomon, we can come back here and speak to Nanimon, and I think that will be our 3rd time of speaking to Nanimon, because I think we've encountered him at the Dino region and the Olga Fortress. We are talking about encountering him here at Leomon's ancestors' cave, and I think that leaves the sewer within Factorial Town and the Toy Mansion within Toy Town. Those are the 2 other locations where you can encounter Nanimon. And yeah, I was talking about Tyrannomon's Digivolutions. There's also Megadramon. The stat requirement is 3000 HP, 5000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. If we keep our MP under 3000, then we won't have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon or Megadramon, because for Metal Greymon you needed 3000 MP as well as other stats, For Megadramon you need 5000 MP as well as other stats, so simply keeping MP under 3000 will be enough in order to rule out the stat requirement for both Megadramon and Metal Greymon. The Karma State requirement for Megadramon is the same as Metal Greymon, a maximum of 10. The weight requirement for Megadramon isn't much less than the weight requirement for Metal Greymon. The weight requirement for Megadramon is 50 to 60, whereas Metal Greymon's weight requirement was 60 to 70. And then Megadramon's bonus condition, there's two elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 30 techniques. The other is to have a minimum of 30 battles. I know that we definitely won't fulfill the battle side of the bonus condition, but the techniques I'm less sure about. I haven't been counting my techniques, I haven't been keeping track. But if we keep our weight outside the range of 50 to 70, then we won't have the weight requirement for either Metal Greymon or Megadramon. And if we keep MP under 3000, then we won't have the stat requirement for either of them, and that would mean that there wouldn't be any risk of us digivolving to either of them, because we would be failing to have two of the conditions, and that means that the most that we could fulfill is two of the requirements, which won't be enough. So I'll either need to keep weight under 50 or keep it above 70. That, of course, is if I have Tyrannomon for long enough in order for natural Digivolutions to become relevant. I might use the Digivolution item before the 6 days are up. Now I'm about to speak to Leomon, and like with the Meteormon at the Dino region, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly with Leomon in order to prevent my game from freezing. And I do edit the video and speed it up so that it's brief for you viewers. There it is. Yeah, I went through that bit of text slowly to prevent my game from freezing, but I edited the video and speeded it up so that it was you know, brief for you viewers. Even if my weight was to become within the range of 50 to 70, and if I was to therefore have 3 of the requirements for one of Tyrannomon's Digivolutions or both of the Digivolutions, then you have to remember that wouldn't be a problem until I've had Tyrannomon for a minimum of 6 days, because you also have to have a champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days before it can digivolve to one of its natural ultimate Digimon. So even if you do at one point fulfill 3 of the requirements or even 4 of the requirements, if it's not been 6 days, then you won't digivolve. And by the time that 6 days have elapsed, if you no longer have enough of the requirements in order to digivolve, then you won't digivolve. Yeah, by the time 6 days are up, if you only have 2 of the requirements, then you won't digivolve, despite the fact that you previously had more than 2 of the requirements. Here is Nanimon, like I said. That's our 3rd time of encountering him. There is one more battle that I do need to have with Tyrannomon, and there's the question of when do I have the battle, because the more I train, the better my stats will be, which will make things better for us when we have the next battle with Tyrannomon, and it will also make things better for us when we have the ultimate Digimon that we are going to be digivolving to, because we're going to be having battles with that Digimon as well, but we do need to be cautious of how long we have Tyrannomon for, because of the risk of Tyrannomon digivolving to one of his natural ultimates, which is something that we want to avoid. Tyrannomon is currently only 6. I didn't check how old we were when we digivolved to Tyrannomon, but going by my experiences with this game, I would guess that we were probably 4 or 5, and in which case we wouldn't need to be worried about digivolving to a natural ultimate until we are about 10 or 11. That, of course, is if we fulfill 3 of the requirements, which, to be honest, we probably can avoid without too much difficulty. Keeping MP under 3000 and not having weight between the range of 50 to 70 will accomplish stopping Tyrannomon from digivolving to Metal Greymon or Megadramon. And if we do still have Tyrannomon, and we are close to the sort of time in which he would be expected to digivolve, and his weight is within the range of 50 to 70, then we have 2 options. We can either put the weight down by feeding him super carrots, because super carrots cause your weight to go down, and we would most likely be force feeding him the super carrots, you know, if there's an urgency for his weight to go down, you know, get his weight down to being under 50, or the other option is to put his weight in the opposite direction, which would most probably involve force feeding him sirloins or hawk radishes, both food items put your weight up by 3. So it's just something that we will have to play by ear, because if we do still have Tyrannomon at around the time in which it would be there would be the risk of him digivolving to Metal Greymon or Megadramon, then, you know, firstly there's the question of, will his weight even be within the range of 50 to 70, or will it be outside the range, be it below 50 or above 70? And if it is within the range, then we would have to decide between putting the weight down or putting the weight up. Because putting the weight down to under 50 would put it out of the range, putting the weight up to over 70 would put it out of the range. Alternatively, we could just, you know, have the last battle, or let Tyrannomon have his last battle before there's the risk of him digivolving, and then use the Digivolution item to make him digivolve to the ultimate that I do want, and then we'll no longer have to worry about anything. I did just check his weight, it was 55, and he's just using the toilet, which will put it down by a bit. So as far as Megadramon is concerned, Tyrannomon's weight is within the danger zone, but I wasn't sure if that was actually a problem, because I wasn't sure if I had the bonus condition for Megadramon. You know, I'm sure that I don't have the stat requirement for Megadramon, but I'm not sure about the bonus condition. But if I don't have the bonus condition, then that means that we don't have to worry about Megadramon, because we won't be able to digivolve to him even if we do have the weight requirement for him, along with the care mistake requirement. But Metal Greymon, we do have the bonus condition because of how full our discipline is, and we also have the care mistake requirement as well. We don't have the stat requirement, and we can avoid the stat requirement, but Tyrannomon's weight is not far away from being within the range of 60 to 70. Of course, another solution could be to simply praise Tyrannomon a few times in the interest of putting his discipline down, so that we no longer have the bonus condition for Metal Greymon. That, of course, is providing that we do have less than 30 techniques, because one of the bonus conditions for both Digimon was to have a minimum of 30 techniques. And if we have the number of techniques, then we do have the bonus condition. You might be thinking to yourself, well, why don't I just check my number of techniques? You know, why don't I just go into the menu and count how many techniques I've got, and you know, clarify my number of techniques. And the answer to that question is that this commentary that you are listening to is post-commentary, and so I can't just check my number of techniques because the recording that you are watching has already been done. The recording has already happened. The whole of this challenge has already happened. The commentary has been post-commentary the whole time, and it's going to continue to be that way. You know, I'm not playing the game live, I've already played it, and therefore I can't just check the number of techniques that I've got, and I can't remember the number of techniques that I did have at this stage when I was playing the game, when I was recording the game. It's just, you know, this was always going to be a big challenge, a difficult challenge, a unique challenge, and, you know, I wanted to play and record, and without doing commentary at the time. So I wanted to just record myself attempting the challenge, you know, without doing any live commentary, and then after making however much progress I was able to make, you know, I don't want to spoil anything by saying how much progress I did make, but when I did you know, come to the end of this challenge, you know, then I thought that I would like to add commentary to it, so I've been watching the video back while recording commentary and then adding commentary to the video. So the whole time I've been speaking, I've been watching the video that you have been watching. So obviously, you know, I know what's going to happen because I've already done all of the recording. I've already, you know, done everything that happens in this video, so, you know, I know what's going to happen, of course I do, but I don't want to spoil anything, I don't want to ruin anything, so I've been trying to do the commentary as if it is live commentary. You know, I've been trying to do the commentary as if I haven't known what's going to happen. But obviously I have always known, and that's going to, and, you know, I've always known, you know, what was going to happen up to this point and what's going to continue to happen for the remainder of the challenge, but I've been trying to not tell you too much because I've been trying to not spoil too much. And just so you know, we are now heading to Tyrannomon's final battle, which is going to be against Etamon. I saved at Digimon's house, and I'm now heading to where you encounter Etamon while Tyrannomon wants to sleep, and I'm going to sleep and save near the tree where you encounter Etamon, and then I'm going to battle Etamon, and there are one of two techniques that I have to learn, either Warcry or Buster Dive. It doesn't matter which one I learn, either way it will be progress. I have a 22% chance of learning Warcry and a 16% chance of learning Buster Dive, meaning that statistically I'm more likely to learn Warcry, but there's not a huge amount in it. Etamon does also learn Dynamite Kick, but we learned that from Miramon. Seven, 7, 7, 7, a lucky number for me because I ended up learning Warcry from this battle, and that means that the technique that we have to learn from Skull Greymon in Greylord's Mansion is Buster Dive. Because Etamon and Skull Greymon both use the same techniques, Warcry, Buster Dive, Dynamite Kick. We already knew Dynamite Kick, which left just Warcry and Buster Dive. And I was in a position where whichever technique I learned from Etamon, I then had to learn the other technique from Skull Greymon. I defeated Etamon first, because by defeating him and having him join the city, you can then buy a gold banana from him, Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Etamon. And in order for this challenge to be successful, I would need to challenge Skull Greymon with a Digimon who can learn either Warcry or Buster Dive, in this case Buster Dive, and Etamon can learn every battle technique, and also not only that, but you also need to be able to gain access to Greylord's Mansion, which means needing to have a Digimon who is a virus type, and Etamon is a virus type So by defeating Etamon and learning one of the techniques from him, and then getting the gold banana, we can then give the gold banana to Tyrannomon, make him digivolve to Etamon, then we can enter Greylord's mansion and challenge Skull Greymon. We will have to learn Buster Dive from defeating him, and if all is successful, then we can then recruit Skull Greymon and be done with Greylord's mansion. Seeing as Etamon and Tyrannomon both have battle as their first nature, I would assume that when it comes to learning battle techniques, the probabilities are the same, but I am checking Etamon regardless. So Etamon can learn all 8 battle techniques. Tremor, which we've already got, learned from Tyrannomon. Muscle Charge, which we don't currently have. Need to learn that from Devimon. War Cry, which we do have, we just recently learned that from Etamon. Sonic Jab, which we do have, learned that from Agumon. Dynamite Kick, which we do have, learned that from Miramon. Counter, which we don't have. Megaton Punch, which we do have, learned that from Dremolgemon. Buster Dive, which we don't currently have, need to learn that from Skull Greymon. Etamon can also learn and use Thunderbolt, which we don't currently have. Spinning Shot, which we don't currently have. And Megalo Spark, which we do have. We learned that from Kokatorimon. He can also learn Horizontal Kick, which we don't currently have. And despite the fact that he's able to use Ultimate Poop Bomb, he's not able to learn it. The chances of Etamon learning Buster Dive are 16%, which I think was the same for Tyrannomon, and the chances of him learning Muscle Charge are 19%, which I think was also the same for Tyrannomon. And the one battle technique that Etamon can learn that Tyrannomon can't learn is Counter, where Etamon has a 20% chance of learning that, but Counter is irrelevant. I came to the drill tunnel because I calculated that it had been long enough in order for Dremolgemon to be done, and you could see he was done. I spoke to him and he joined the city afterwards. But the plan is to have no more battles with Tyrannomon and for us to digivolve to Etamon, and for the battle against Skull Greymon to be the very next battle, which we will have with Etamon as our Digimon, and that's not the last battle that we are going to be having in this lifespan. It's not the last battle that we are going to be having with Etamon, and our weight is 74, which is outside of the range for both Metal Greymon and Megadramon. That, plus the fact that our MP has stayed down, is obviously good news. Although I don't plan to give it too much longer before I head to Greylord's mansion to see to the next part of Greylord's mansion. I'm going to save in Digimon's house first, then I'm going to head to Greylord's mansion. I've already read the article about my Ultismon being missing. I've already had the scene with Devimon. I've already defeated the Tekamon. I did that when I had Vadermon as my Digimon, so I am able to go straight to where Skull Greymon is. I will have to Digivolve from Tyrannomon to Etamon in order to be able to enter Greylord's mansion. So the Digivolution is going to have to take place before I enter Greylord's mansion, and I'm hoping to sleep just before the Skull Greymon battle, so that I can save, and it's currently 2 AM, which is an inactive period for Tyrannomon and also an inactive period for Etamon. So when I Digivolve to Etamon, Etamon will want to sleep, although he won't want to sleep for too much longer, because Etamon's inactive period ends at 4 AM, which is only just over an hour away. Okay, we've entered 3 AM. It's now 1 hour until 4 AM, the hour that Etamon wakes up on, so we need to make it to Skull Greymon, or at least as close to Skull Greymon as possible, before the clock strikes 4 AM, so that we can sleep and then save. I think Megalospark strikes me as the best choice of technique to have equipped. We go straight through this door because all of the initial stuff up until that point had been done, and there was further progress that had been made from this point, the progress being defeating Tekamon. You can see Tekamon is gone. We defeated him with Vadermon and learned Devolve Program. Then we couldn't go any further, but this is a different lifespan with a different Digimon, and now we can defeat Skull Greymon, because now we do have a Digimon who can learn Buster Dive, which is the technique that we had to learn from him. Yeah, we had to learn Warcry and Buster Dive from the 2 battles against Etamon and Skullgreymon, and it just so happened that we learned Warcry from Etamon, leaving us with Buster Dive that has to be learned from Skullgreymon. We need to hold back because Buster Dive. I was about to say we need to hold back because Buster Dive hasn't been used yet, but as I was speaking, it did get used, and Skullgreymon has now been defeated. And we can add Buster Dive to the list of techniques that we have got. And we are, well, once we speak to Myotismon and have him join the arena and have Skullgreymon join the city and have us gain 3 prosperity points from it, we will then be done with the Grey Lord's mansion, because of the fact that we would have recruited Skullgreymon and we would have collected all of the items that are in the Grey Lord's mansion. We're done with the Olga Fortress as well, because we've recruited Olgamon and Shaomon and spoke to Nanimon at the Olga Fortress and collected all of the items at the Olga Fortress. And we are also done with the Ice Sanctuary because we have recruited Angemon and collected all of the items that are there. The point I'm making is that we are done with the 3 locations that the back dimension can be at, which means that if we were to be successful with defeating Machinedramon at Mount Infinity, then we wouldn't need to worry about the back dimension. We wouldn't need to worry about where the back dimension is located, because wherever it would be located, it would be at a place that we are already done with, so we wouldn't have to defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension in order to make the area available to us, whichever area it would be out of the Grey Lord's mansion, the Ice Sanctuary and the Olga Fortress. And might I add that that is a very good thing, and that it is crucial that in a challenge like this you do make sure that you are done with those 3 places before turning one of them into the back dimension, if you are able to be successful with defeating Machinedramon at Mount Infinity. And the reason why I say that is because under these restrictions it would not be possible to defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension, because he uses full power, which we've already learned. We learned that from Mumemon. He also uses All-Range Beam and Thunderbolt, which we haven't yet learned, but we do need to learn those techniques from different Digimon, meaning that it wouldn't be possible to defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension while learning a technique that hasn't already been learned. Or if we were to go to the back dimension first and defeat Machine Dramon and learn a technique, then that would screw us out of being able to recruit a different Digimon, and that would cost us prosperity points. So the back dimension is to be avoided. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world if you were to go to the back dimension just to collect the items that are there, but defeating Machine Dramon at the back dimension is a big no-no. Now, we do have one more battle to see to with Etamon as our Digimon, and that battle is against the Devimon in Mount Infinity. We need to take Etamon to Mount Infinity. We need to defeat the Devimon at Mount Infinity, and we need to learn Muscle Charge from him, which we've got a 19% chance of being successful with. Devimon also uses Warcry, Megaton Punch and Megalospark, all of which are techniques that have been learned elsewhere. We learned Warcry from Etamon, we learned Megaton Punch from Dramoljamon, we learned Megalospark from Kokotorimon. So I'm here in Mount Infinity for the first time, and I need to produce the Vermillimon skip, which works like that. And I've chosen to come here at around the sort of time that Etamon needs to sleep. As I was saying that, the sleep bubble started to appear for the first time, and when I get into the room where you battle Devimon, I will be sleeping and saving. Simply defeating Devimon won't result in him joining the city. It won't result in you getting prosperity points for him. In order for Devimon's recruit to become official and for you to get prosperity points for him, I got a bit worried about that Pidomon. You have to defeat Machine Dramon, and this Pidomon is continuing to alarm me. Yeah, Devimon's recruitment doesn't become official until after you defeat Machine Dramon at Mount Infinity. So by defeating Devimon, we won't actually get any prosperity points there and then. He won't join the city there and then. But by defeating him, we will get him out of the way, which will then result in us having access to deeper parts of the Mount Infinity, and I'm getting worried about more unwanted Digimon. Yeah, by defeating Devimon and getting him out of the way, we will then have access to deeper parts of Mount Infinity, which will result in us having access to Metal Greymon and Megadramon. And unfortunately, in this lifespan with Etamon, we won't be able to defeat any of those Digimon, because Megadramon uses Megaton Punch, which we've already got, courtesy of Dramoldramon, Giga Freeze, which we've already got, courtesy of Garulamon, and DG Dimension, which is the technique that we do need to learn from him, but that technique can't be learned with Etamon. As for Metal Greymon, he uses Meltdown, which we've already got, courtesy of Meteormon. He uses Buster Dive, which we've already got, courtesy of Skull Greymon, and he uses Infinity Burn, which we haven't got, but we can't learn that with Etamon. So we have to be able to learn DG Dimension from Megadramon, and we have to be able to learn Infinity Burn from Metal Greymon, neither of which is possible. But not with Etamon as our Digimon. Now we need to wait for Devimon to use Muscle Charge. There it is. I didn't attack straight away after Muscle Charge. I did that to try and change the variables a bit. And we do learn Muscle Charge, consequently. It's just after failing to learn Muscle Charge, I needed to change the variables a bit. And I did that by not immediately attacking Devimon after Muscle Charge. I held off for a bit, and there was a bit of text that I had to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. It was when he said about not wanting a ruler, and like with the previous occasions when speaking to Meteormon and Leomon and Devimon at the Grey Lord's Mansion, where I had the same problems, I just speeded the video up, making it brief for you viewers. And that is the last time in which I have that problem. Meteormon in the Dino region, Leomon in the Gear Savannah, Devimon in the Grey Lord's Mansion, and Devimon in the Mount Infinity. Those are the only times where I have problems, where I have to go through text slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, and each time the video got edited and speeded up, so that it was less bad for you viewers, because it was a lot more brief for you viewers. As I was saying, I need to learn DG Dimension from Megadramon and Infinity Burn from Metal Greymon, because out of the techniques that those two Digimon use, those are the only two that I haven't yet mastered, and I said that that wasn't possible, and what I meant by that was that it wasn't possible while we've got Etamon as our Digimon. Obviously it is possible to learn those techniques, but we would need a different Digimon. You know, when battling Megadramon, we would need a Digimon who can learn DG Dimension. When battling Metal Greymon, we would need a Digimon who can learn Infinity Burn. So Megadramon and Metal Greymon are both going to be beatable in this challenge, and defeating Metal Greymon will mean having access to Machine Dramon. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be beatable, because of the complications involving techniques, but we will definitely have access to him, and as the challenge proceeds you will find out whether or not I will be able to defeat Machine Dramon and learn a technique from him, and thus recruit Airdramon, Devimon and Metal Greymon, and also make Digitamamon available, totaling to 10 prosperity points, 3 for Digitamamon, 3 for Metal Greymon, 2 for Airdramon and 2 for Devimon. I didn't include Megadramon because you don't need to defeat Machine Dramon in order to recruit Megadramon. You simply have to defeat Megadramon in order to recruit Megadramon. When you defeat him, there isn't a pop-up saying Megadramon joins the city, and I don't think that Digimon says anything about Megadramon joining the city. But nonetheless, your prosperity points go up by 3 after you defeat Megadramon, and that's regardless of whether or not you defeat Machine Dramon. Yeah, Megadramon and Machine Dramon are unrelated, unconnected, but in order to get the prosperity points for Airdramon, Devimon and Metal Greymon, and for them to join the city, you do have to defeat Machine Dramon, and then after you defeat Machine Dramon, Digitamamon then becomes available, who previously wasn't available, and under normal circumstances he is a recruitable Digimon, and whether he will be recruitable in this challenge, you will have to wait and see. But currently, Etamon's usefulness is over. I no longer need Etamon for anything, so now I am simply passing the time, waiting for Etamon to fade away, waiting for the next lifespan, and I'm passing the time the same way that I always do: train, rest, sleep, collect food from the Digimon who's in charge of the meat farm, go to the toilet when my Digimon needs the toilet, and don't feed my Digimon as a way of reserving food items. And the video has now been speeded up, and you were probably expecting that based on past experiences with this game. Well, I didn't digivolve to Etamon naturally. I digivolved to him by using a Digivolution item, and that means that we won't get the life extension that you do get when you digivolve to an ultimate naturally. When you naturally digivolve to an ultimate, your lifespan gets extended by 4 days. But that doesn't apply if you digivolve to an ultimate by using a Digivolution item. So we shouldn't have too long to wait in order for Etamon to fade away. And the fact that I've gone back to regular speed makes me suspect that he is about to fade away. Yes. And once again, I'm going to be choosing the green egg, and once again, I'm going to be aiming to digivolve to Agumon, but this time the champion Digimon that I'm going to be aiming for is different. I don't want to give too much away, but this lifespan does prove to be a very significant lifespan, and the reason for that is because quite a lot of significant progress does happen. I've said that I digivolve to Agumon and then I digivolve to a champion, and it is a natural digivolution, so I will be digivolving from Agumon to one of his natural champion Digimon, and the natural digivolutions don't stop there, because the champion Digimon who I'm hoping to digivolve to from Agumon, I'm hoping that that champion Digimon will digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, so I'm aiming to go the whole way, starting with Bottomon and digivolving all the way through to an ultimate Digimon, and for it to be natural digivolutions the whole way through. So no special digivolutions, no digivolution items, just natural digivolutions from start to finish. And we have just reached our first natural digivolution, which unfortunately for us is also the easiest by far. You just need 6 hours to go by, and then you will digivolve from Bottomon to Koromon, the same way that you would digivolve from any baby Digimon to the in-training Digimon that the baby Digimon digivolves to. Unless, of course, you were to digivolve from the baby Digimon to Sukamon, but that is not something that was an intention of mine, and the Virus Scourge is a very long way away from being full, which means that we don't need to worry about Sukamon, certainly not anytime soon anyway. Yeah, Koromon is not going to be digivolving to Sukamon. He's not going to be digivolving to Kunamon. You know, those are special digivolutions. I am aiming for natural digivolutions. That leaves Agumon and Gabumon, and I am going to be aiming to have the necessary stats in order for Koromon to digivolve to Agumon, and I think that that will mean simply having one particular stat which is superior to the rest of the stats. You know, I said before that from looking at the guide, it looks like I can't have defense or speed or brains as the superior stat, but from the looks of things that would result in Koromon digivolving to Gabumon. But by having attack as the stat that's in the lead, that should be all that I need to do in order to ensure that Koromon digivolves to Agumon. My attack is currently in the lead, but it's not the only stat that I'm training, because I am thinking ahead. I'm not just thinking about the stat requirement for digivolving to Agumon. I'm also thinking about the stat requirement from digivolving from Agumon to the champion that I'm aiming for, and then digivolving from the champion to the ultimate that I'm aiming for, as well as trying to have the best possible stats for the battles that I'm going to be getting into. I mean, maybe not working intensely hard on all of the stats, but, you know, thinking about the stats that would probably be the most valuable when it comes to the battles that I'm going to be getting into. As well, of course, as needing certain stats to be above minimal amounts in order for digivolutions to be possible, or at the very least for digivolutions to be more possible, for digivolutions to be easier. Koromon has slept twice already, which means that Koromon's Digivolution is not far away. You know, we will Digivolve before Koromon needs to sleep for a third time. It won't be possible for Koromon to need to sleep for a third time because he will Digivolve before then. The only in-training Digimon who can sleep more than twice is Tainomon, and that's because of the Tainomon bug that can be used to prevent Tainomon from Digivolving. And speaking of Digivolving, this is where Koromon Digivolves. And it is Agumon that we have Digivolved to. And for as long as we've got Agumon as our rookie Digimon, I don't think we need to have any more concerns when it comes to training brains, because I don't think there are any more techniques that Agumon can learn. I think that every technique that Agumon can learn, he has already learned. Yeah, I think we already have all of the techniques that Agumon can learn, meaning that I don't think there's any risk of us learning any techniques by training brains of Agumon, because I think we've got them all already. I do already have 2 care mistakes because Agumon wanted to eat and I chose not to let him eat, and I passed the last opportunity to feed him by training. This time I am feeding him, so the care mistakes so far are staying at 2. And Agumon now needs the toilet and he wants to sleep as well. So let's go over Agumon's Digivolutions. There are 6 champion Digimon that he can naturally Digivolve to: Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centaurumon, Monochromon and Tyrannomon. If I begin with Greymon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed and 100 brains. Our attack and brains are definitely there, but when I last checked, our defense and speed was not there, meaning that we don't have the stat requirement for Greymon, not currently anyway. And the care mistake requirement for Greymon is a maximum of 1. We already have 2 care mistakes, which means that we won't be able to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Greymon. And yes, defense and speed are both under 100, well under 100 in fact. And our number of care mistakes has now gone up to 4, because for the second time I trained when Agumon wanted to eat, didn't feed him, and passed the last opportunity to feed him by training. The weight requirement for Greymon is 25 to 35, which currently we are a long way adrift of. And then bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques. I've completely lost track of how many techniques we've got, so I'm not sure if I can comment on that. The other bonus condition is for discipline to be at a minimum of 90%. We don't currently have that either, and we've now just gone up to 6 care mistakes. So currently we don't have the stat requirement for Greymon or the weight requirement. We definitely won't have the care mistake requirement, and I'm not sure about the bonus condition. Birdramon, the stat requirement is 100 speed. We don't currently have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. We do have that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. We don't currently have that. Our weight is too low. Our weight is under 15. And then bonus condition, either have Biomon as your Digimon, which we definitely don't, or have a minimum of 35 techniques. I think that was the same with Greymon, and like I said, I'm not sure how many techniques I've got. Given that there's, I think, 56 techniques in total, and 35 is quite a bit more than half, I'm possibly more inclined to think that we have less than 35 techniques, but don't quote me on that. But currently we don't have the stats for Birdramon or the weight for Birdramon. We do have the care mistakes and possibly the bonus condition. Centaurumon, the stat requirement is 100 brains. We do have that. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. We don't have that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We don't have that. And then bonus condition, either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or have your minimum at have your discipline at a minimum of 60%. I'm more inclined to think that we do have the bonus condition for Centaurumon, and we'll have the bonus condition for Centaurumon when it's time for Agumon to digivolve. Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. We don't have that. Our HP and defense are both under the necessary amounts. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. Don't have that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. We certainly don't have that. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques, which I doubt we've got, or have a maximum of 5 battles. We are successful with that. And then Tyrannomon, stat requirement 1000 HP and 100 defense. We don't have either of those at the moment. Care mistake requirement maximum of 5. We don't have that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. We don't have that. Bonus condition we do have. One of the elements is to have a maximum of 5 battles. The other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. We are definitely successful with one of those. The one that I'm referring to is the battles. I'm less sure about the techniques, but it is possible that we could have the techniques in the bag. And then that leaves Miramon. Stat requirement is 100 attack. We do have that. Care mistake requirement minimum of 5. We do have that. Weight requirement 15 to 25. We don't have that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 10 battles. That is completely out of the question. The other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, which we might have, but might not have. And I would like to advise that Miramon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. If I do have the techniques, and therefore do have the bonus condition, then I do have 3 of the requirements for Miramon. That being stats, care mistakes, and the bonus condition. If I don't have the bonus condition for Miramon, then I will need the weight requirement, which is 15 to 25, and that's also the weight requirement for Birdramon. So I might want to just look into that. Greymon, the weight requirement is 25 to 35. Centauromon, it's 25 to 35. Tyrannomon, it's 25 to 35. Monochromon, it's 35 to 45. Miramon, it's 15 to 25. Birdramon, it's 15 to 25. If I was to get my weight up to within the range of 15 to 25, then I would have the weight requirement for Birdramon, because the weight requirement is 15 to 25. I would also have the care mistake requirement, because the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. I don't currently have the stat requirement for Birdramon, because that is 100 speed. And then that leaves the bonus condition where either you need to have Biomon as your Digimon, or you need to have a minimum of 35 techniques. And, well, I'm not sure about the bonus condition, but if I had to take a guess, I would say that we are more likely to not have the bonus condition for Birdramon, because I feel like our number of techniques is more likely to be under 35 than 35 or a greater amount. But at the time of playing, I would have known everything that I would have needed to have known. I would have counted the number of techniques. So at the time of playing, I would have known whether or not I would have had the bonus condition for Miramon, and therefore whether or not the weight requirement would have been needed, and I also would have known whether or not I would have had the bonus condition for Birdramon. In fact, I would have known all of the bonus conditions. And I know that I'm currently not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of the Digimon. I'm only fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Miramon and Birdramon, and I'm only fulfilling the stat requirement for some of the Digimon. Although even if I was to have 3 of the requirements for both Miramon and Birdramon, apparently if my attack is superior to my speed, then I would end up digivolving to Miramon, because attack is the relevant stat for Miramon and speed is the relevant stat for Birdramon. And because of that, you know, even if I had, you know, 3 of the requirements for both Miramon and Birdramon, apparently I would digivolve to Miramon if my attack is superior to my speed. And at the moment, my attack is many times higher than my speed. Oh, and to comment further on that, if it was to be my speed that's superior to my attack, then apparently Birdramon is the Digimon that I would digivolve to. But that's if I was to have 3 of the requirements for Miramon and Birdramon, and not have 3 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon. And, you know, my attack is far, far superior to my speed. And Miramon is the Digimon that I have digivolved to, and that was despite not having the weight requirement, and in which case I must have had enough techniques mastered in order for me to have had the bonus condition for Miramon. Because if I didn't have the weight or the bonus condition, then I wouldn't have digivolved to Miramon, but I did, and that was despite not having the weight requirement. So, you know, I must have had the bonus condition for Miramon. I must have had enough techniques mastered in order for me to have had the bonus condition, because I definitely didn't have the battles for Miramon you need to have a minimum of 10 battles, which I definitely did not. And considering that this is a challenge where you have to learn a technique from every battle that you get into, needing to reach a certain number of battles in order to fulfill a bonus condition is pretty much completely out of the question. So I do have Miramon, and I do plan to have a battle with Miramon as my Digimon and learn a technique from that battle. And I feel like I possibly have a sneeze coming along, so I'm not sure if I should carry on talking or pause for a bit. Well, I might sneeze, I might not, but there is a battle that I plan to have with Miramon as my Digimon. It is only one battle, and the battle is the battle against Metal Greymon in Mount Infinity, and I plan to learn Infinity Burn from the Metal Greymon, because the other techniques he uses are Buster Dive and Meltdown, which I've already got. That just leaves his other technique, which is Infinity Burn, which we don't currently have, and we are able to learn Infinity Burn with Miramon as our Digimon. Apparently Miramon has a 15% chance of learning Infinity Burn. So later into this lifespan, when I've got better stats and when I'm closer to Digivolving, I will take Miramon to Mount Infinity. I will go to where Metal Greymon is. I will make sure that Miramon wants to sleep at the time, so that I can sleep and save just before the battle against Metal Greymon, and I will have to defeat Metal Greymon and learn Infinity Burn from him, and then Miramon's usefulness will be over there and then. That would be the only thing that I would need Miramon for, but I do need to Digivolve from Miramon to a different Digimon, where I will then be able to make further progress, more progress than what we would be able to make with Miramon. Yeah, the progress that I'm going to make with the ultimate Digimon is going to be superior to the progress that I'm going to be making with Miramon, because with Miramon it's just one battle and one technique. Admittedly, you know, it will set up Machine Dramon, but still, it is just one battle and one technique. Miramon can Digivolve to 2 Digimon, Metal Greymon and Andromon. This is just natural Digivolutions, of course. With Metal Greymon, the stat requirements are 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, and 300 brains, and currently I am not fulfilling the stat requirements for Metal Greymon, which I'm sure is of no surprise whatsoever. The stat requirement is a maximum, sorry, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10 care mistakes, which I am currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 60 to 70, which I am nowhere near fulfilling. And then the bonus condition, there's 3 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 30 techniques mastered, or get into a minimum of 30 battles, or have your discipline at a minimum of 95%. I might have the bonus condition for Metal Greymon. I definitely have the care mistake for Metal Greymon, or at least at the moment I do, but I don't currently have the weight requirement or the stat requirement, so that's just 2 of the requirements for Metal Greymon. The other Digimon, Andromon, the stat requirement is 2000 HP, 4000 MP, 200 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 400 brains. And naturally, I am not fulfilling the stat requirement at the moment, because it's too early days in order for me to be able to get high enough stats. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I am currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I'm not actually sure what my weight requirement is. If I was to take a guess, then I would say that it's probably below the range of 35 to 45, and in which case I'm not currently fulfilling the weight requirement for Andromon. But I think the bonus condition for Andromon is the same as the bonus condition for Metal Greymon. Either a minimum of 30 techniques, or a minimum of 30 battles, or discipline at a minimum of 95%. And I would like to point out that Andromon is the Digimon that I am aiming for, and by having the care mistake requirement for Andromon, I will also have the care mistake requirement for Metal Greymon, because for Andromon the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, whereas for Metal Greymon it's a maximum of 10. And if I'm right about Andromon and Metal Greymon having the same bonus condition, I am just going to check that. 95 discipline, 30 battles, 30 techniques. Okay, it is the same. Okay, so by having the bonus condition for Andromon, I will also have the bonus condition for Metal Greymon. So that means that by having those two specific requirements for Andromon, I will also have the two same specific requirements for Metal Greymon. And that means that in order to not digivolve to Metal Greymon, I would have to avoid fulfilling the stat requirement, and I would have to avoid fulfilling the weight requirement. As for Andromon, in order to digivolve to him, I would have to either fulfill the stat requirement or the weight requirement. And the stat requirement for Andromon is different to the stat requirement for Metal Greymon, and the weight requirement for Andromon is different to the weight requirement for Metal Greymon, which means that even though I will have the care mistakes and the bonus condition for both Digimon, it will be possible for me to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Andromon without fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Metal Greymon, and I suspect that the easiest way to go about it would be by having my weight within the range of 35 to 45. That way I will have the weight requirement for Andromon, and I won't have the weight requirement for Metal Greymon. The weight requirement for Metal Greymon is quite a bit higher, 60 to 70, but the weight requirement for Andromon is quite a bit more modest, 35 to 45. So if I ignore the stat requirements and make sure that there's at least one stat which isn't high enough for Metal Greymon, and I have the weight requirement for Andromon, then that would mean not having the weight requirement for Metal Greymon, as well as not having the stat requirement for Metal Greymon. That will just be 2 of the requirements for Metal Greymon, but 3 of the requirements for Andromon. Our weight currently is too low, even for Andromon, but we need to have Miramon for a minimum of 6 days before it will be possible for him to become subject to Digivolution, and that does give us time to try and get his weight up. And if we're not successful with this, then it will be easy enough to force feed him a bit and get his weight within the range of 35 to 45. Now, if I just think about the battles that I'm going to be getting into and the stats that I think are going to be most valuable, then it will be possible for me to... Sorry, if I was to, you know, not focus on the stat requirements for the Digivolutions, and I instead was to just focus on working on the stats that I think would be most valuable for the battles that I'm going to be getting into, then I would probably end up not fulfilling the stat requirement for either Andromon or Metal Greymon, because there would probably be at least one stat, if not multiple stats, which would be under the required amounts. But then, as long as I get my weight within the range of 35 to 45 and keep my care mistakes at a maximum of 5 and keep my discipline at a minimum of 95%, then I will digivolve to Andromon and won't digivolve to Metal Greymon. Although I'm sure it might be possible for me to fulfill the stat requirement for Andromon and not fulfill the stat requirement for Metal Greymon, because if I go back to Metal Greymon, the stat requirement for the HP requirement for Metal Greymon is 4000, but for Andromon it's just 2000, although I think my HP is above 4000, which means that I do have the HP. When it comes to MP, the requirement for Metal Greymon is 3000, the requirement for Andromon is 4000, so having the MP requirement for Andromon would mean having the MP requirement for Metal Greymon, and I've already got the HP requirement. The attack requirement for Metal Greymon is 500, and for Andromon it's just 200, but our attack is over 700, which means that we do have the attack requirement for Metal Greymon. The defense requirement for Metal Greymon is 500, and for Andromon it's only 400, and currently our defense is well under 400, which means that if we get our defense up to 400, then we would have the defense requirement for Andromon, but not Metal Greymon. The speed requirement for Metal Greymon is 300 and just 200 for Andromon, but I think that our speed is already above 300, which means that we have the speed requirement for Metal Greymon. And then the brains requirement for Metal Greymon is 300, and the brains requirement for Andromon is 400, so getting the brains requirement for Andromon would mean also getting the brains requirement for Metal Greymon. But if we were to get all of the stat requirements for Andromon while keeping defense under 500, then that would mean having the stat requirement for Andromon and not Metal Greymon, because having the stat requirements for Andromon, you're having all of them, all of the stat requirements for Andromon would mean only needing 400 defense, but for Metal Greymon you would need 500 defense. So it is possible to have the stat requirement for Andromon and not Metal Greymon. Interestingly, if Metal Greymon was the Digimon that you were aiming for, then it would be possible to have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon and not Andromon. The reason why I say that is because the MP requirement for Metal Greymon is just 3000, but for Andromon it's 4000. So if you were to get all of the stat requirements for Metal Greymon, but keep MP under 4000, then you would have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon and not Andromon. And it's also possible to have the weight requirement for one of the Digimon and not the other. It's possible to have the weight requirement for Andromon and not Metal Greymon, and to go about that you need your weight to be between the range of 35 to 45. And it's also possible to have the weight requirement for Metal Greymon and not Andromon, and to do that you would need your weight to be within the range of 60 to 70. So the conclusion is that even though by pursuing Andromon, having the care mistakes for Andromon and the bonus condition for Andromon also means having both of those conditions for Metal Greymon, it is possible to have the stats for Andromon without having the stats for Metal Greymon, and it's also possible to have the weight for Andromon without having the weight for Metal Greymon. Currently, I think I have just 2 of the requirements for both Digimon, because I'm lacking the stats and the weight for both Digimon. And I think that I am going to continue to not have the stat requirement for both Digimon. However, I can very simply get my weight up to being within the range for Andromon, and then I've got a third condition met for Andromon, and still only 2 of the requirements for Metal Greymon. Anyways, I have saved at Digimon's house a matter of a few hours ago, and I'm now heading towards Metal Greymon, and it is paramount that I don't get into any battles against any of the random Digimon, or else I will have to reload. What I am trying to do is get through Mount Infinity and make it up to Metal Greymon without getting into any battles against any of the random Digimon, any of the unnecessary Digimon, and I'm hoping that by the time I get to Metal Greymon, Miramon will want to sleep, or at least be close to sleeping, and then I can sleep, and I can save, and in the likely event of me not learning Infinity Burn on my first try, I can very easily reload and try again and alter the variables slightly in the interest of trying to produce a different outcome. In other words, try to change me not learning Infinity Burn to me learning Infinity Burn. That might mean doing things outside of the battle, like praising Miramon or scolding Miramon, or offering him an item, or running back to the previous area before returning to Metal Greymon, or it might just mean you know, going about the battle in a different way, like using different techniques, commanding my Digimon differently, just anything that might create a change, because if I just repeat myself exactly, then the outcome is going to be the same every time. I need to change something in order to create the opportunity to you know, create a different outcome. I think Miramon will either want to sleep on the next hour or the hour after that. Ideally for me, the next hour works because of how close we are to Metal Greymon. There you are. Miramon does want to sleep, so we're not going to need to do any loitering. Just need to run up a bit so that we're close to Metal Greymon, but don't get so close. Don't get too close so that we end up being challenged by him, because then that would stop us from being able to sleep and save. So I think here is close enough. Sleep, save, Metal Greymon up next. That defeats Metal Greymon. And that is Infinity Burn learned. And now I don't need Miramon for anything else. I just want to Digivolve to Andromon as quickly as possible. I don't know if we've had Miramon for long enough in order for Digivolution to be possible yet, but we have had Miramon for quite a while. Our weight is not far away from the range that we need. And it did take a lot of tries to learn Infinity Burn, so I am eager to save. I wouldn't want to do something wrong and then lose the progress that I had made from learning Infinity Burn. This will put our weight to 34. This will put our weight to 37. Okay. We didn't Digivolve, so we haven't had Miramon for long enough yet in order for him to be able to Digivolve to Andromon, because we just put his weight within the range, which meant that we had 3 of the requirements fulfilled, but we still didn't Digivolve, so we haven't had Miramon for long enough yet. Oh, but how much difference can 1 single hour make? Now we do have Andromon. And Andromon is going to be a busy Digimon because we have a lot of stuff to be doing in his lifespan. Megalo Spark, that will do nicely. I will leave it as it is at the moment. When I say that, I'm talking about the technique that I have equipped. At the moment, I will leave it at Megalo Spark. There are other techniques available to me, but Megalo Spark is what I will stick to at the moment. I can change it should I need to, if I was to have nothing but rotten luck from certain battles, nothing but rotten luck from trying to learn techniques from certain battles. So, you know, I can change things to try and, you know, alter the variables and hopefully result in me eventually being successful with learning the techniques that I'm after. Now, like with Miramon, I am proceeding through Mount Panorama again, while my Digimon wants to sleep. This time Andromon is my Digimon, and this time Megadramon is the Digimon that I'm after, and this time DG Dimension is the technique that I'm after, the technique that I'm hoping to learn from defeating Megadramon. Andromon can learn and use all 8 machine techniques. He can also learn and use 4 battle techniques and 2 air techniques. The battle techniques are Tremor, Counter, Megaton Punch and Buster Dive. We don't have Counter, but do have the rest of those battle techniques. The 2 air techniques are Megalo Spark and Static Electric. We do have both of those. And then that leaves the 8 machine techniques. The one that we are after most imminently is DG Dimension, which we have got a 15% chance of learning. So statistically, I think it should take about 6 or 7 battles against Megadramon in order to learn DG Dimension. But obviously what should happen statistically isn't always consistent with what really happens in the real world. Megadramon, you know, will use DG Dimension, which is the technique that we are after. He will also use Megaton Punch and Giga Freeze, which we already have. So it's all about DG Dimension. With Andromon, we have the job of defeating quite a few machine Digimon and learning quite a few machine techniques, and we do have to be very specific with the order in which we go about it. DG Dimension got used straight away, and we paralysed Megadramon, so we can inflict some pretty serious harm upon him. I picked distance a few moments ago to alter the variables. Megadramon went down easily enough. And we have learned DG Dimension. The reason why you have to be very specific with the order when it comes to defeating machine Digimon and learning machine techniques in a challenge like this is because there are quite a lot of overlaps when it comes to the machine techniques. You know, you will have like machine techniques that will be used by more than one different machine Digimon. You will have, you know, more than one machine Digimon that will use like the same well, the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, you will have machine techniques that will be used by more than one Digimon, but there will also be differences with the some of the other machine techniques that the Digimon will learn, and so you have to learn like one specific machine technique from one specific battle, even though the technique could be learned from a different battle. And the reason for that is because with the different battle you have to learn a different machine technique. For example, like Megadramon uses DG Dimension, as does the Guromon in Factorial Town, but we had to learn DG Dimension from the Megadramon in Mount Infinity and not the Guromon in Factorial Town. The reason for that is because if we did learn DG Dimension from the Guromon in Factorial Town, then we would have been left in a position where we then wouldn't have been able to have learned a technique from Megadramon, and that would have shot us in the foot. Fortunately, you don't have to rely on when it comes to DG Dimension, DG Dimension was the only technique that we could have learned from Megadramon, so we had to learn it from him. But DG Dimension is not the only technique that we can learn from Guromon. So it is possible to learn DG Dimension from Megadramon and learn something different from Guromon, instead of learn DG Dimension from Guromon and then be screwed with Megadramon. And that's not the only example. There are other examples as well, and it's because of that why I am battling the machine Digimon in a certain order, so that I will learn I will learn the specific machine techniques that have to be learned from the specific machine Digimon in order for it to be possible for me to learn a technique from every machine Digimon, in order for it to be possible for me to learn a machine technique from every battle that I get into with the machine Digimon. I mean, you will remember that when I had Vadermon, I learned full power from Mumemon, even though I could have learned full power from Tekamon. And the reason why I didn't learn full power from Tekamon was because I had to learn full power from Mumemon, because his two other techniques, Megaton Punch and Buster Dive, had to be learned from Dremoljamon and Skullgreymon respectively. So full power was the only technique that I could have learned from Mumemon, but it wasn't the only technique that I could have learned from Tekamon, because even though I wasn't able to learn Megaton Punch or Buster Dive from Tekamon due to the need to learn those techniques from Dremoljamon and Skullgreymon, and also the fact that I couldn't have learned full power from Tekamon because I had learned it from Mumemon, I was able to learn Devolve Program from Tekamon. And interestingly, the Guromon in Factorial Town also uses Devolve Program, which I learned from Tekamon, and he uses DG Dimension, which I learned from Megadramon. However, he also uses Delete Program, and he's the only Digimon in the game outside of the tournament who does use Delete Program, which means that Delete Program has to be learned from Guromon. If I had learned DG Dimension from Guromon, or if I had learned Devolve Program from Guromon, then that would have led to me not being able to recruit as many Digimon, but by learning full power from Mumemon, Devolve Program from Tekamon, DG Dimension from Megadramon, I will be able to learn Delete Program from Guromon. And then I think that just leaves Metal Mumemon and Machinedramon. Machinedramon is the Digimon who I am heading for now. I again have timed it so that I am in Mount Infinity while my Digimon wants to sleep, and I will sleep just before the Machinedramon battle. Machinedramon uses Megaton Punch, which we already know. He uses Thunderbolt, which I don't currently know and can't currently learn, and I need to learn Thunderbolt from a different Digimon. And then the other technique that he uses is Orange Beam, and that is the technique that I need to learn from Machinedramon. And apparently I have a 16% chance of learning Orange Beam. Metal Splinter came free with Andromon when I digivolved to him. I already had full power, which came from Mumemon, and Evolve Program, which came from Tekamon. And then since having Andromon as my Digimon, I have learned DG Dimension, which came from Megadramon, and now I am pursuing Orange Beam from Machinedramon, which leaves just 3 more machine techniques: Delete Program, Pulse Laser, and Power Crane. And I can let you know that Power Crane is irrelevant. I'm not going to be getting into any battles where Power Crane is going to be getting used against me. The only 2 other machine techniques that are going to be getting used against me are Delete Program and Pulse Laser, and they are the 2 other machine techniques that I need to learn, each from separate battles. Before we can worry about that, it is all about learning Orange Beam. Again, I'm changing variables because obviously I didn't succeed on my first try. But I did succeed on that try, and by defeating Machinedramon, we now have access to Digitamamon, and Devimon, Airdramon and Metal Greymon have all joined the city. I don't want to say whether or not Digitamamon is going to be recruitable in this challenge, but I will say that he definitely won't be recruitable with Andromon as our Digimon. So the final boss has been defeated, but the challenge doesn't end here because there is still more progress to be made. there are still more battles that I am able to learn techniques from, which means that there are more Digimon that I am able to recruit. And having defeated Mumemon and Tekamon with Vadermon, learning Full Power and Devolve Program, and Metal Splinter coming free with Vadermon, not Andromon, and having defeated Megadramon and Machinedramon, learning DG Dimension and Orange Beam, the Digimon next on the list are Guromon and Metal Mumemon, both Digimon from Factorial Town. I made sure that I had learned Devolve Program from Tekamon and DG Dimension from Megadramon before contemplating battling Guromon, so that Delete Program is the only technique that I can learn from Guromon, and it's the technique that I have to learn from Guromon in order for this challenge to be successful, because he also uses DG Dimension and Devolve Program, but I've already explained, you know, which Digimon I had to learn those techniques from. With Guromon, I have to learn Delete Program, and also I had to learn Orange Beam from Machinedramon in order to help with the battle against Metal Mumemon, because Metal Mumemon uses Metal Splinter, Orange Beam and Pulse Laser, and Pulse Laser is the technique that I have to learn from Metal Mumemon. Metal Splinter we already had. Oh yeah, and we are grinding for Metal Mumemon, just so you know. You know, I'm trying to target Metal Mumemon before Guromon. If I had learned if I had battled Metal Mumemon before Machinedramon and learned Orange Beam from Metal Mumemon, then that would have stopped us from being able to have learned Orange Beam from Machinedramon, meaning that Thunderbolt would have been the only remaining technique that we could have learned from Machinedramon. However, we need to learn Thunderbolt from Warumantsimon, so what we instead needed to do was learn Orange Beam from Machinedramon and learn Pulse Laser from Metal Mumemon. Metal Splinter we have had for a long time. This was my first attempt against Metal Mumemon, and I succeeded with learning Pulse Laser. I thought that Metal Mumemon was going to be a difficult one because of the obstacle of getting him to show up in the first place, and then being successful with learning Pulse Laser against him, but it only took one try, which I was very pleased about. Yeah, Waru Muncimon, he uses Megaton Punch, which we learned from Dramoljamon, Buster Dive, which we learned from Skull Greymon, Muscle Charge, which we learned from Devimon, which means that Thunderbolt is the technique that we have to learn from Waru Muncimon, which means that we couldn't have learned Thunderbolt from Machinedramon. We had to learn Orange Beam from Machinedramon, and that's why I wanted to defeat Machinedramon before Metal Mumemon, so that I would go into the battle against Metal Mumemon with Pulse Laser being the only learnable technique from the battle. It was inevitable that we would have Metal Splinter, because that comes free with every machine Digimon, as far as I'm aware. It came free with Vadermon, and it would have come free with Andromon if we didn't already have it. And I couldn't have learned Orange Beam from Metal Mumemon because that would have screwed up the challenge because of our need to learn Orange Beam from Machinedramon. So we had to learn Pulse Laser from Metal Mumemon, and Metal Mumemon is the only Digimon who uses Pulse Laser outside of the tournaments, just like Guromon is the only Digimon who uses Delete Program outside of the tournaments, and Delete Program is the technique that we have to learn from Guromon, because we had to learn Devolve Program from Tekamon, DG Dimension from Megadramon, leaving Guromon with just Delete Program. That's the technique we had to learn from him. If we had learned either DG Dimension or Devolve Program, then that would have screwed up the challenge. You know, I'm learning the right techniques from the right Digimon so that I am able to recruit as many Digimon as physically possible. You know, when I'm getting into battles, I am thinking about, you know, the techniques that the Digimon use, and, you know, other Digimon who use the same techniques. I also think about differences in techniques that get used between Digimon, and I, you know, go about this challenge in a way where I'm going about the battles in ways where I'm learning the right techniques so that I can get into as many battles as possible and learn as many techniques as possible from those battles. You know, learn a technique from every battle, that is the challenge, and consequently recruit as many Digimon as physically possible due to my ability to get into as many battles as physically possible, due to me going about things the correct way when it comes to learning techniques. Because even though, you know, there's overlaps with the machine Digimon and the techniques that they use, you know, I had to learn Full Power from Mumemon, Devolve Program from Tekamon, DG Dimension from Megadramon, or Range Beam from Machine Dramon, Pulse Laser from Metal Mumemon, and Delete Program from Guromon. Metal Splinter and Power Crane are both irrelevant. Metal Splinter came naturally. Power Crane we are not going to be learning because we're not going to be getting challenged by a Digimon who uses Power Crane. You know, none of the when you think about, you know, the major battles, the battles that you have to get into when it comes to recruiting Digimon and making progress towards recruiting Digimon, none of the Digimon use Power Crane. Power Crane only gets used by random Digimon. The Guardromons in Factorial Town immediately spring to mind, and I am back in Factorial Town, and I've come here for Guromon. I'm going to sleep just before the Guromon battle, and I have to learn Delete Program from Guromon. It is the only technique that I can learn from Guromon. Delete Program, I apparently have a 20% chance of learning it. Pulse Laser, I apparently had a 28% chance of learning it. Or Range Beam, 16%. DG Dimension, 15%. And then when I had Vadermon, apparently I had a 25% chance of learning Full Power and a 32% chance of learning Devolve Program. If Power Crane was relevant, then I'd have a 40% chance of learning it. And if somehow I was to learn Metal Splinter from Battle, then I'd have a 35% chance of learning it. Okay, Battle 1, Delete Program learned, and I think that brings us up to 7 out of 8 machine techniques, because I think Power Crane is the only one that's missing, and it's going to continue to be missing. And despite defeating the Guromon, I didn't go to the Andromon in the Factorial Town and speak to him, and then go to the sewer containing the Numamon, because the battle against Numamon is a battle that can't be done while we have Andromon as our Digimon. Defeating Metal Mumemon resulted in him joining the city, defeating Guromon sets up the opportunity to defeat Numamon, which results in Numamon joining the city, and then that later leads to you being able to recruit Andromon and Guromon, as well as encounter Nanimon at the sewer. However, if we were to battle the Numamon and defeat the Numamon, then we would have to learn a technique from him. And the only techniques that the Numamon uses are Skunk Spray and Ultimate Poop Bomb. Techniques that I think can only be learned by Sukamon and Numamon. But I think Sukamon and Numamon can both learn Skunk Spray and Ultimate Poop Bomb. I think Nanimon can learn Skunk Spray but not Ultimate Poop Bomb, and I think Etamon can't learn either of those techniques. I don't think he can learn Skunk Spray or Ultimate Poop Bomb, despite the fact that he can use Ultimate Poop Bomb. Certainly Andromon can't learn Skunk Spray or Ultimate Poop Bomb, which means that we are not able to defeat Numamon with Andromon. And the reason why I've come to the Overdale Cemetery is because I am going to the back dimension, not to battle Machinedramon, because that would ruin the challenge, because he uses full power, which I've already got, or range beam, which I've already got, and Thunderbolt, which needs to be learned from the Warumuncimon in Toy Town. So there's nothing that I can learn from Machinedramon without ruining the challenge. So the reason why I've come to the back dimension is just to collect the items that are here. One of each item chip, one of all 6 item chips, plus the ray gun Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Vadermon. And I do have to avoid the random Digimon here in the back dimension, or else I will have to reload. As I was saying, I had to defeat Guromon and learn Delete Program from him, and I did this with Andromon as my Digimon, but I couldn't go any further there and then, not with Andromon as my Digimon, because the next battle that we need to have in Factorial Town has to be against the Numamon, which will result in us recruiting Numamon and lead to us also being able to recruit Andromon and Guromon and encounter Nanimon at the sewer. If we were to battle the Numamon and defeat the Numamon, then we would need to use a Digimon who can learn either Skunk Spray or Ultimate Poop Bomb. Those are the 2 techniques that the Numamon uses. And it doesn't matter which of the two techniques we do use, we do learn, as long as we learn one of them. It doesn't matter if we learn Skunk Spray or Ultimate Poop Bomb, because the battle against Numamon is going to be the only opportunity to learn either of those techniques, meaning that we just need to learn one of them. And in order to have the battle against Numamon, we need to battle the Numamon with a Digimon who can learn one of those two techniques. So it would make the most sense to either battle the Numamon with a Numamon or a Sukamon, because that way we will be able to learn either Skunk Spray or Ultimate Poop Bomb. There will be two techniques up for grabs. And it would probably make the most sense if Numamon is the Digimon, because we haven't yet been to Toy Town, which means that we haven't yet made any progress towards recruiting Muncymon, and in order to be able to recruit Muncymon, you have to go to Toy Town with Numamon as your Digimon, then Digivolve to Muncymon, then speak to the robot Digimon who unlocks the door that leads towards Worumuncymon, and then consequently you can defeat Worumuncymon, which leads to you being able to recruit Muncymon, and also it results in you being able to encounter Nannymon at Toy Town. Toy Town is one of the other locations where you are able to encounter Nannymon, so it will also help with Nannymon's recruit as well. So I'm thinking the most logical thing to do would be to let Andromon fade away. I think that his usefulness is over. I don't think there's anything else that he can do in this lifespan. So I think that we should just pass the time until he fades away, and then in the next lifespan, pick one of the Digi-Eggs, start off as a baby Digimon, Digivolve to an in-training Digimon, Digivolve to a rookie Digimon, Digivolve to Numamon, then with Numamon as our Digimon, battle and defeat the Numamon in Factorial Town, learning either Skunk Spray or Ultimate Poop Bomb. That will result in Numamon joining the city, and will get the ball rolling with recruiting Andromon and Guromon, and also encountering Nannymon at the sewer, and then take Numamon to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncymon, and then speak to the robot Digimon, who will unlock the door which leads towards Worumuncymon. And I don't think I want to say any more about that at the moment. What I want to say is that I want Andromon to fade away, and in my next lifespan I want to Digivolve to Numamon, have the battle against the opposing Numamon with Numamon as my Digimon, and then Digivolve to Muncymon. So the video has been speeded up, and the reason for that is because it is just me passing the time until Andromon fades away. So this is going to be how the video is going to be until Andromon fades away. I don't really care for feeding my Digimon when I'm waiting for the Digimon to die. Yeah, I do still try to take my Digimon to the toilet because I don't want the virus scourge to be filling up. But apart from that, I don't really care about my Digimon once I get to the stage where I'm just waiting for it to fade away. It probably will take longer for Andromon to fade away than most of the other Digimon that I've had. Oh, well actually as I was saying that, Andromon then fades away. What I was going to say is that because I digivolved to Andromon naturally, his lifespan would have been extended by 4 days, but I think you do have to be a good tamer in order to get the full 4 days. Yeah, if you're a bad tamer with like loads of care mistakes and like really low happiness and discipline and the butterfly and stuff, then, you know, I think it would be less than, I think you would end up with a smaller extension than 4 days, but, you know, unlike most of the other Digimon that I had, Andromon was an ultimate Digimon, and not any old ultimate Digimon, but an ultimate Digimon who I had digivolved to naturally. And because of that, I was expecting it to take longer for Andromon to fade away, because I was expecting him to live to an older age, which, to be honest, he probably did, although with all the work that we did with Andromon and Miramon, I suppose that Andromon was probably already a fair age once we started to grind for his death. So maybe that's why he ended up fading away sooner than I thought. I was caught off guard by it. So Bottomon is my Digimon who is going to digivolve to Koromon, and I'm aiming for Agumon to be the rookie Digimon that Koromon digivolves to, and I'm aiming for Numamon to be the champion Digimon that Agumon digivolves to. So in other words, I am aiming to fulfill no more than 2 of the requirements for all of Agumon's natural Digivolutions, because I don't want to digivolve to any of Agumon's natural champions. I want to digivolve to Numamon, and in order to digivolve to Numamon, you have to fail to succeed at digivolving to a natural champion. I can't fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for any of Agumon's natural champions. 2 requirements is the most that I can fulfill. If I fulfill 3 of the requirements, then that would be too many. I have to fulfill less than 3 of the requirements in order to digivolve to Numamon. And remember, you have to have a rookie Digimon for 3 days before it's even possible for the rookie Digimon to digivolve. It doesn't matter if at an earlier stage I have 3 of the requirements for one of the champion Digimon, providing that by the time 3 days have elapsed, I no longer have 3 of the requirements for any of the Digimon. Another thing to remember is that the 3-day mark is the point in which you can digivolve from a rookie Digimon to a natural champion Digimon, but if you are not successful with digivolving to a natural champion and you digivolve to Numamon instead, you won't digivolve to Numamon until 4 days have elapsed. So when we are in between having a rookie Digimon for 3 days and having a rookie Digimon for 4 days, that is when it is crucial that I don't fulfill 3 of the requirements for any of the natural champions. I have to fulfill no more than 2 of the requirements. Currently I am just train in attack, which is the requirement for Digivolving to Agumon, or at least one of the requirements for Digivolving to Agumon. Having attack as your superior stat should result in you Digivolving to Agumon. It is also putting my speed up as well by a little bit, but attack has been my main focus. And I already can tell that I am going to be fulfilling the stat requirement for Miramon, and the reason why I say that is because the stat requirement for Miramon is 100 attack, and our attack is currently over 200, so we've already got the attack requirement for Miramon, and I have a bad feeling that we will have the bonus condition as well, and in which case we would have to avoid both the weight requirement for Miramon and the care mistake requirement for Miramon. And I might want to be cautious of my speed, because if my speed reaches 100, then I will end up fulfilling the stat requirement for Birdramon, and there's the risk of me having the bonus condition as well, and then that would leave me also needing to avoid the weight requirement and care mistake requirement for Birdramon. My speed was going up by training attack, and it was getting close to 100, but I've taken a pause from that, and I'm now training brains. When it comes to Agumon's natural Digivolutions, I think that MP is the only stat that isn't connected to any of Agumon's natural champion Digivolutions. I don't think MP is a stat requirement or one of the stat requirements for any of the Digimon that Agumon can Digivolve to, but I think all of the other stats are relevant. Yeah, I was trying to tell you that MP is irrelevant. Oh, we're Digivolving now. Yeah, I think when it comes to Agumon's Digivolutions, I think that MP is irrelevant. Yeah, when it comes to, you know, the stats, the stat requirements, and I think that MP is the only stat that is irrelevant. I think that all of the other stats are connected one way or another. Right, so we have Agumon as our Digimon, and after training, well, mostly training attack with Koromon, as well as training brains as well with Koromon, we are continuing to train brains with Agumon, and we have had 2 care mistakes already from not feeding Agumon and training while he wanted to eat, and passing the last opportunity to feed him by training. Out of Agumon's 6 natural Digivolutions, there's Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centaurimon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. Okay, we've now gone up to 4 care mistakes. Greymon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains. I think we've got the attack and the brains, but not the defense or the speed. So that means that we don't have the stat requirement for Greymon. Well, not currently anyway. The care mistake requirement for Greymon is a maximum of 1. We've already had 4 care mistakes, so we definitely won't have the care mistake requirement for Greymon. And the weight requirement for Greymon is 25 to 35, and out of the champion Digimon that Agumon can digivolve to, Greymon isn't the only one who has that weight range. So I think that it would be wise for us to avoid that weight range, which we are currently doing. Then bonus condition, minimum of 35 techniques, or minimum of discipline being, well, discipline being at a minimum of 90% full. I couldn't really tell you about whether or not we're going to be successful with the bonus condition, but if we are, but even if we are successful with the bonus condition for Greymon, currently that's the only requirement that we are being successful for, which makes Greymon a very minimal risk. Miramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, we've got that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. We are currently 1 under it. If we want to avoid the care mistake requirement for Miramon, then we can't have any more care mistakes. The weight requirement is 15 to 25, which I suspect that we are currently not fulfilling, and I think it would probably be best if we don't fulfill it. I think that it would probably be best if we keep our weight under 15, so that we are not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of Agumon's champion Digimon. The bonus condition, either have a minimum of 28 techniques mastered or have a minimum of 10 battles. We probably have got the techniques, so we probably do have the bonus condition along with the stats, but that's only 2 requirements, which won't be a problem as long as we continue to not have the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement. Birdramon, the stat requirement is 100 speed, which I think we are just a tiny bit adrift of. Yes, our speed is 90, so we don't have the stat requirements for Birdramon. The care mistake requirement for Birdramon is a minimum of 3. We do have that. The weight requirement for Birdramon is the same as the weight requirement for Miramon, 15 to 25. We will want to avoid that. And then the bonus condition, either have Biomon as your Digimon or have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered. We possibly have the techniques, which would mean having the bonus condition, but that's only 2 of the requirements, the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition. If we keep our speed down and keep our weight down, then we won't digivolve to Birdramon. Centauramon, stat requirement 100 brains, we've got that. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, we don't have that. Weight requirement 25 to 35, which is the same as Greymon, and I think also the same for Tyrannomon. We shouldn't have any problem avoiding the weight requirement. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 28 techniques mastered or have your discipline at a minimum of 60%. I think that we do have the bonus condition for Centauramon, but again, that's just 2 requirements. The stat requirement and the bonus condition. We are missing the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. Monochromon, stat requirement, 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. Well, our brains is there, but I don't think our defense is, and I don't think our HP is either, and in which case we don't have the stat requirement for Monochromon. We also don't have the care mistake requirement for Monochromon, because the care mistake requirement for Monochromon is a maximum of 3. We've had 4 care mistakes. The weight requirement 35 to 45, we are a tremendous distance away from that. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered or have a maximum of 5 battles. We do have the bonus condition for Monochromon, but we don't currently have anything else. And then Tyrannomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. We don't have that. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We do have that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We don't have that. The bonus condition, one of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, and the other is to have a maximum of 5 battles. So we do have the bonus condition for Tyrannomon along with the care mistake requirement, but that's only 2 because we are missing the stats and the weight. So the conclusion to be drawn from this is that our care mistakes need to stay where they are. They need to stay at 4. Our weight needs to not be... our weight, which is currently 5, needs to be under 15. So we need to keep our care mistakes where they are. Our care mistakes are currently at 4, and that's where they need to stay. We can't have any more. We need to keep our weight down. We need to keep our weight under 15. We need to keep our speed under 100. And I think that that is all of the necessities in order for us to digivolve to Numamon. Although I have just brought HP up to 1000, and I do remember 1000 HP being part of the stat requirement for Tyrannomon and Monochromon, but it wasn't the whole of the requirement, because Tyrannomon also... Well, in order to fulfill the stat requirement for Tyrannomon, you also need 100 defense, and in order to fulfill the stat requirement for Monochromon, you also need 100 defense and 100 brains. So even though we've brought our HP up to over 1000, as long as our defense stays under 100, we won't have the stat requirement for Tyrannomon or Monochromon. So we need to keep defense under 100, we need to keep speed under 100, we need to keep weight under 15, and we need to not have any more care mistakes. Do that, and we should digivolve to Numamon. I am thinking about, Numamon and Muncymon and the stats that I think will be most valuable, the stats that I think I will value the most. I started off by training attack and brains because I valued them. Now I'm training HP because I value that. I can't train attack anymore without bringing speed up to 100. So I won't train attack anymore, but I am training HP, which is useful, and training HP is also putting our attack up by a very modest amount each time. MP is completely irrelevant. We could leave it where it is, or we could train it. Either way, I don't think it would make any difference when it comes to Digivolutions. My brains I got up to 380 because when you digivolve to Numamon, your stats go down by 20%. And when I digivolve to Numamon, I want my brains to be at least 300 so that I'll have the distance and change target command. I've got my brains up to 380, which means that Digivolve into Numamon will reduce my brains by 20% of 380. I believe that 20% of 380 is 76, meaning that our brains would go down to 304, which is enough in order for us to have the distance and change target commands. So if my defense and speed need to stay down, and if MP doesn't really matter, and if my brains is good, and if I can't train attack anymore without putting my speed into the danger zone, then I suppose I might as well spend the rest of my time training HP. Get my HP higher, get my attack higher in the process. I guess, you know, training HP is the most logical thing to do. I value it more than MP. I can't go any further than attack, and I don't think there's any need to go any further with brains. I could train defense a little bit, providing I was to keep it under 100. Or I could just continue to train HP. Well, since we're digivolving to Numamon and not a natural champion, it is going to take, you know, a day longer to digivolve. And I do feel like we can't be too far away from the Digivolution. I mean, it's surely been more than 3 days, and the fact that we haven't digivolved would surely mean that we are not fulfilling enough of the requirements for any of Agumon's natural champions, which is a great sign, of course. If I keep doing what I'm doing, then I think I'll be successful with digivolving to Numamon. You know, I gave a list of the things that we are not to do, and I am aware of those things. So I keep training HP. I'm making sure that meat is what I'm feeding Agumon, so that his weight goes up by less. Feeding him meat puts weight up by 1. Feeding him sirloins puts weight up by 3. That's how I've been doing things the whole time. And the fact that I didn't feed him on 2 occasions would have reduced his weight, which was a good thing. and, you know, the fact that I've been feeding him meat the whole time instead of a heavier alternative is also a good thing. I think it's time for Agumon to sleep. So he's 5, we're going to put him to sleep, he's going to wake up when he's 6, and still he hasn't digivolved. Well, he can't be far away from digivolving. When we put him to sleep, when he wakes up, he surely will digivolve on the next hour. You know, it's surely time for him to digivolve. We've surely had Agumon for at least 4 days now. Yes, he is finally digivolving. Numamon is the Digimon that we have digivolved to, and I think that that was inevitable rather than simply predictable. We have just horizontal kick and no other technique, or rather Numamon has just horizontal kick and no other technique. Like with all, well, there are 7 natures in total, and each nature has 8 separate techniques. Filth is no exception. So out of the 8 filth techniques, Numamon knows just one of them, horizontal kick, which leaves skunk spray, quick poop throw, random poop throw, fast random poop throw, giant poop throw, giant poop toss, or big random poop throw, whatever it's called, and then ultimate poop bomb. Now we are going to be getting into a battle against a Numamon who uses just 2 of those techniques, skunk spray and ultimate poop bomb. We have to speak to Andromon first, because we haven't yet spoken to Andromon since defeating Guromon, and then after speaking to Andromon we then need to head to the sewer where Numamon is. Numamon has a 24% chance of learning skunk spray and a 9% chance of learning ultimate poop bomb. So statistically we're more likely to learn skunk spray, but it doesn't matter which technique we do learn. Naturally I'm going to be sleeping here and saving, because likelihood is it's going to take more than one attempt to to learn a technique from Numamon. But at least there's more than one technique up for grabs. You know, instead of being, you know, dependent on one individual technique, you know, we've got two techniques available to us, which I think means that we've got a better chance of learning a technique because of the fact that there are two techniques up for grabs, you know, two techniques that we could learn instead of just one. There's Skunk Spray. I want to hold off until Ultimate Poop Bomb gets used. There it is. And I didn't want to attack straight away while he was using the attack, because I did that the previous time and it resulted in me not learning a technique. So I allowed myself to get hit and flattened, and then attacked while flattened, and then I went and learned Skunk Spray. That is our business with this Numamon sorted. All you have to do is defeat him and he then joins the city. Now we need to go back to the Andromon and speak to him again. It will trigger a scene with him and he will say about trying to recover data, and if we then return later on, hopefully he would have been successful with recovering the data, and he will then join the city. Nanimon will be at the sewer, and Guromon will join the city as well. If we go to the room where Guromon was when we battled him, he'll still be there and he would have recovered, and he'll join the city if we speak to him. Okay, I am going to Toy Town from here to Digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon, because we have no further use for Numamon, but we do have use for Muncymon. And I suppose there's quite a few obstacles. One of them is the fact that we have to defeat Muncymon and learn Thunderbolt from him, and also the fact that we have to avoid the random Digimon in the Toy Mansion. That can be a real struggle for me. you know, having to get from the start of the toy mansion through to where Worumunsimon is, avoiding the 3 clear Agumons, the 2 Tankmons, and the 3 toy Agumons, the 2 Tankmons, and the 3 clear Agumons, and then, you know, defeating Worumunsimon, learning Thunderbolt, being given Hagurumon, then returning to the robot Digimon, presenting them with Hagurumon, and then having to go back through the toy mansion again, having to avoid the toy Agumons again, having to avoid the Tankmons again, having to avoid the clear Agumons again, making it into the room where Worumunsimon was, and Nanimon will be there instead. Now, despite the fact that we digivolved from Numamon to Muncimon and spoke to the robot Digimon, getting the door unlocked which leads towards Worumunsimon, we do have a lot of item chips in the item bank which have built up, and I would like to give all of them to Muncimon, because I plan for this to be the final lifespan. I plan to see to the rest of the challenge in this lifespan with Muncimon, so I'm cramming all of my eggs into one basket, giving my item chips to Muncimon, hoping to give him the best possible stats, hoping that I can then, you know, see to the remainder of the game with him. Worumunsimon is the first Digimon that's on my mind, and I need to learn Thunderbolt from him, which Muncimon is capable of doing. He has a 9% chance of successfully learning Thunderbolt. And then if we speak to Nanimon at Toy Town, and then go back to Factorial Town and recruit Andromon and Guromon and speak to Nanimon there as well, which will result in him joining the city, the next thing on my mind will be Digitamamon, the Digimon who you battle in Mount Infinity, the Digimon who you battle in the same room that you battle Machinedramon in. He uses Meltdown, which we already know, we learned that from Meteormon. He uses Thunderbolt, which we will already know. We have to learn that from Worumunsimon. It's the only thing we can learn from Worumunsimon. And then there's one other technique that Digitamamon uses, Confusion Storm, and that is the technique that we have to learn from Digitamamon. And now you can probably understand why I didn't learn Confusion Storm from Piximon or Airdramon, because I knew that Digitamamon was the Digimon who I needed to learn it from. And Muncimon has a 11% chance of learning Confusion Storm. So the chances of him learning the techniques that we are after are not great, but the chances are above 0 it is possible for us to learn the techniques. And what I'm doing at the moment is training until Muncymon wants to sleep. Because what I would like to do is when we are close to when Muncymon wants to sleep, I would like to save at Digimon's house. I would then like to have Birdramon take us to the Misty Trees, and I would then like to attempt to make it up to Muncymon without getting into any unwanted battles. And when I'm in the second last room, the room that the clear Agumons are in, I would like to be able to sleep there and therefore save there, and then go into the final room where Muncymon is, so that if necessary I will be able to have repeated tries at learning Thunderbolt, because I will have the ability to reload and try again if I'm not successful with learning Thunderbolt, and I can keep reloading and I can keep trying again. I'm saving at Digimon's house because if I get into an unwanted battle against one of the random Digimon, then I would be forced to reload. So I saved in Digimon's house just to secure the progress that I've made this far. And now I'm heading to the Toy Town at around the time that Muncymon wants to sleep. Looks like he doesn't want to sleep just yet, but he can't be far away. It's going to take time for us to proceed through the toy mansion, get through the room. Okay, he does now want to sleep. Get through the room with the toy Agumons, get through the room with the Tankmons, make it into the room with the clear Agumons, and I was going to say that hopefully by then Muncymon will want to sleep, and as you can see for yourselves, he does already want to sleep. Made it past the toy Agumons, but the Tankmons are the hardest Digimon to avoid out of the Digimon in the toy mansion. I'm hoping this animation will last long enough for the Tankmon to go away and for me to proceed. Okay, I did make it past the Tankmon and I picked the correct exit as well. So this is where I sleep and save. And reload because it's taken more than one try in order for me to be successful. And from reloading I knew that the door in the middle was the correct door to pick. With the small bit of training that we did in the city, we managed to get our attack even better. So the attack that we've got, plus Megalospark, plus type advantages that Air has against Muncymon, shouldn't be too hard to defeat Muncymon, but the the big challenge is learning Thunderbolt. See, it did over 1,000 damage and paralysed him. Worumantsimon defeated. And we learned Thunderbolt. The HP chip that he dropped is probably off limits, but I really don't care about that. The most important thing was learning Thunderbolt. Something that we only had a 9% chance of succeeding at. That's roughly 1 in 11, so statistically it should have taken about 11 tries, and quite miraculously it only took 2 tries. And I'm so thrilled to have learned Thunderbolt that I don't want to backtrack to the robot house on foot, because I don't want to get into an unwanted battle against one of the random Digimon and then ruin the challenge. So instead I used an autopilot to return to the city so that I could save at Digimon's house, securing the progress of defeating Worumantsimon and learning Thunderbolt. Now I'm going to have Birdramon take me back to Misty Trees, where I can go to Toy Town, go to the robot house, give them Hagurumon. That will result in Muntsimon joining the city. And then Nanimon will be where Worumantsimon was. So if I can safely make it through the Toy Mansion once again, then I will have my 4th encounter with Nanimon, leaving me only needing to encounter him once more, and that being at the sewer within the Factorial Town, which can't be too far away. Because a bit of time has gone by since then. If I was to return to the city, then it's possible that Andromon might already have recovered the data, and then we could recruit Andromon and Guromon and Nanimon and give ourselves another 7 prosperity points. Okay, I made it past them okay, but it's the Tankmon that I'm the most worried about. Made it past them as well. And here as well. And after I speak to Nanimon, I'm going to be cheap again, and I'm going to return to the city with an autopilot, keeping me safe from the unwanted battles that I've been trying to avoid within Toy Town. what is good about defeating Worumunsimon is that afterwards the doors no longer have booby traps, and that way you can then safely use any of the 3 doors in any of the 3 rooms, meaning that you can safely use any of the 9 doors instead of 2/3 of them containing booby traps, which can be a bit annoying. Factorial Town is the place that I have chosen to go to, and I'm hoping that Andromon has recovered the data. Okay, he hasn't recovered it yet, not to worry. If we return to the city and spend most of Munsimon's active period training at the Green Gym, and then when it's time for Munsimon to sleep, or close to the time for Munsimon to sleep, we can save at Digimon's house, and then try and make it through Mount Infinity without getting into any unwanted battles. Make it into the final room where Digitamamon is, sleep, save, and then try to defeat Digitamamon, thus recruiting Digitamamon while also learning Confusion Storm. And then either as for Factorial Town, we can, go back to Factorial Town, and we can either do it before leaving for Mount Infinity, or we can do it after returning from Mount Infinity, providing that we are successful with dealing with Digitamamon and learning Confusion Storm. Digimon have natures, and when it comes to learning techniques, they've got a better chance of learning techniques if the technique type is the same as their first nature. Like a Digimon who has battle as their first nature will find it easier to learn battle techniques than a Digimon who has battle as their second nature. And a Digimon who has battle as their second nature will find it easier to learn battle techniques than a Digimon who has battle as their third nature. A Digimon who has, say, battle as their first nature and fire as their second nature will find it easier to learn battle techniques than fire techniques. Digimon have natures, and the natures are relevant when it comes to the probability of Digimon learning techniques that belong to that nature. Now, Thunderbolt and Confusion Storm are air techniques, and Muncymon does not have air as his first nature. He has battle as his first nature. And statistically, you know, we would have had a better chance with learning Thunderbolt and Confusion Storm if we were to use a Digimon who has air as their first nature and is capable of learning those techniques. But I really didn't want to have Muncymon fade away and then move on to yet another lifespan and then have to digivolve all the way through to a necessary Digimon. I suppose Phoenixmon probably would have been the best choice. You know, start with Biomon, digivolve to Birdramon, digivolve to Phoenixmon. Phoenixmon has air as her first nature and can learn every air technique. You know, that would have resulted in a better probability of us learning the techniques, but I didn't want to have to go through another lifespan, so that's why I decided to try my chances with Muncymon. And as you can see, Andromon did have the data recovered, and he has now joined the city, so we are going to go to the sewer to encounter Nannymon for the first time. He will drop the key accessory, which will enable us to carry 30 items instead of 20, and he will join the city. There won't be a pop-up saying Nannymon joins the city, but he will still join the city, and Digimon will mention that Nannymon joined the city if you were to speak to Digimon. And then from here we have to go to Guromon and recruit him as well. And then next on the list is Mount Infinity and Digitamamon. Throughout this challenge I have tried my best to use my Digimon's primary nature to their advantage. I have tried my best to learn fire techniques with Digimon who have fire as their first nature, battle techniques with Digimon who have battle as their first nature, machine techniques with Digimon who have machine as their first nature, air techniques with Digimon who have air as their first nature, etc, etc. But it hasn't always been the case. You know, I have, you know, also, you know, learned techniques that belong to a nature which was my Digimon's secondary nature, or one of their secondary natures rather than their primary nature. But on the whole, I don't think I've done too badly, because we are almost at the end of this challenge. I believe that Guromon is about to make it 95 prosperity points, and that Digitamamon will make it 98 prosperity points. Now obviously 98 prosperity points is not 100 prosperity points, and I do have something to say about that, and that's that in this challenge it does seem that, regrettably, it's not possible to recruit Gabumon or Patamon, because Gabumon, who you battle in the Misty Trees, he uses Warcry, Megaton Punch and Dynamite Kick, all of which are techniques that we've already learned, and the Patamon in Gear Savannah, well, you have to battle him 3 separate times, which means that you would have to learn a separate technique from each individual battle, and he uses 3 techniques in total. One of them is Spinning Shot, which we don't currently have, and therefore could learn if we had the right Digimon. Another is Spinning Shot, which again is a technique that we don't currently have and could be learned if we were to defeat Patamon with the right Digimon. However, the other technique is Dynamite Kick, which we do already have. So even if we were to have 2 battles against Patamon and learn Wind Cutter from one of them and Spinning Shot from the other, it wouldn't be possible to learn a technique from the 3rd battle. So that leaves us in a position where we seemingly cannot recruit Gabumon or Patamon, who each cost us 1 prosperity point, totaling to 2 prosperity points in total, meaning that we would finish at 98 prosperity points instead of 100 prosperity points. And in theory, we could have gone about the game in a way where we could have recruited Gabumon and Patamon. You know, we could have gone about the game in a way where maybe we might have learned Dynamite Kick and Wind Cutter and Spinning Shot from Patamon, and learn maybe Megaton Punch or Warcry from Gabumon, but then that would have affected our ability to recruit other Digimon, because the techniques that I was talking about, if we had learned those techniques from... If we had learnt, say, Dynamite Kick from Patamon and, say, Megaton Punch from Gabumon, then that would have resulted in us being unable to recruit different Digimon who we would have needed to have learned those techniques from, and the Digimon who we would have missed out on might have been Digimon who would have been worth more prosperity points, Digimon who are more significant when it comes to game completion and, you know, progress that you can make from defeating the Digimon, prosperity points that are up for grabs. And so I thought that by losing the ability to recruit 2 Digimon who are both only worth 1 prosperity point, that in my eyes was the smallest loss, because it looks like it's not possible to reach 100 prosperity points while learning a technique from every Digimon. So instead I tried to go about the game in a way where I would earn as many prosperity points that is seemingly possible and the loss of 1 prosperity point for Gabumon and the loss of 1 prosperity point for Patamon, totaling to the loss of 2 prosperity points, seemed to me like the smallest possible loss, rather than recruiting Gabumon and Patamon and then being unable to recruit Digimon who are worth more prosperity points because of me ending up unable to learn a new technique from battling them because of the fact that I had already learnt the technique from a less significant Digimon. Yeah, I thought that, you know, the loss of Patamon and Gabumon, the loss of 2 prosperity points, that to me seemed like the smallest possible loss, and finishing with 98 prosperity points out of 100 prosperity points seemed like the best case scenario to me, unless I've overlooked something. And if anybody has any ideas, then please do inform me of these ideas. But I think 98 prosperity points is as good as it's going to get. Where I was busy talking about Gabumon and Patamon, I forgot to mention that we did learn Confusion Storm from Digitamamon, but you would have been able to have seen it for yourselves, and it did take a lot of attempts, a lot more than how many tries it took to learn Thunderbolt, but we did get there in the end, even though it was frustrating and time consuming and took a lot of tries. 98 prosperity points, Angemon, Patamon, Gabumon. Yeah, the first hint was regarding Patamon, the second was regarding Gabumon.